Hi, Jane, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Thanks.
Perfect.
Hey, good evening, everybody. It's 5 o'clock. I will ask everyone to please silence cell phones, et cetera, et cetera. It is 5 o'clock. I'll call this council meeting to order. Brighton Council's work takes place on the traditional Indigenous territory of the Mississauga, Anishinaabeg, now of Alderville. We are thankful to be able to work and live on this land, and we are grateful for the opportunity that these lands and waters present to the people of Brighton, and grateful to work in partnership with the Indigenous community on their stewardship and sustainability. I have a motion moved by Councillor Wheeldon, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that Council amend item 18.2 of the July 27th, 2026 Council meeting agenda regarding Lower Trent Region Conservation Authority 2027 draft budget to reflect the following information. The Lower Trent Region Conservation Authority's 2027 draft budget was circulated on July 10th, 2026. It was subsequently identified that the capital levy provided in the circulated budget did not include the reserve portion. The correct budget document has been provided to council. This correction does not affect the overall levy request to member municipalities. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Being none opposed, that motion is carried. A motion moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that council approve the July 27th, 2026 council planning agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? All in favor? There being none opposed, that motion is carried. Members of council, have you any declarations of pecuniary interest? And if so, please state the general nature thereof. There are none noted. Should we proceed into closed session, we'll give the clerk a moment to transition into the closed. It's moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that council resolve into closed session July 27, 2026 at 5:02 p.m. Pursuant to the Ontario Municipal Act RSO 2001 as amended sections 239(2)C, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality local board, discussion regarding the potential acquisition of certain property for municipal use, including consideration of related strategic, financial, and negotiating implications. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion is carried. Yes. Okay, good evening, everyone. It's 6:34 PM. I'll call this meeting back to order. I will let everyone know that we read a territorial land acknowledgement when we began the meeting at 5 o'clock before we went into closed session. Brings us to announcements. Are there any announcements this evening? Oh, no, sorry. I need to read a motion. It's moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that Council rise and report from closed session July 27th, 2026 at 6:35 PM. In accordance with subsection 239(2) of the Ontario Municipal Act, to discuss matters pertaining to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board regarding the potential acquisition of certain property for municipal use, including consideration of related strategic, financial, and negotiating implications. And further, that council received confidential information and provided direction to staff regarding next steps. And that a procedural motion to adopt the closed session minutes of June 22nd, 2026 was voted on during the closed session. Is there any discussion on the motion? Those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion is carried. Announcements, members of council. Councillor Butwell.
Thank you. Just wanted to let everybody know that the giant indoor yard sale for the Bridge Hospice will be on the 15th and 16th of August at the Curling Club. Thank you, Curling Club, for letting us use it again. Drop-offs can be done on the 10th to the 12th, Monday to Wednesday from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. or Wednesday evening, the 12th, from 6 till 8 p.m. All the proceeds, 100% of them, go to the Bridge Hospice, which is our local hospice up in Warkworth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start at the beginning of the month. Canada Day was well attended. Thank you to our Community Events Committee, working all day in the heat. It was a great day for everyone. And thank you for staff for cleaning up the place. It looked like nothing had been there after we were all gone by 5 o'clock. On July the 2nd, Mayor, you and I attended the Cattleman's barbecue in did I beat you to that one?
You did.
Well,
Crossing off items as we go. It's good.
And then on July the 11th, I attended the 60th anniversary of the Presqu'île Yacht Club, presented them with a certificate from mayor and council. And then on the 17th, the 100th anniversary of the Legion also did the same thing, brought greetings and a certificate from mayor and council there.
Thank you for that. Any other announcements? Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, I had the privilege of presenting on behalf of council a little plaque to Steve Pear from Home Hardware to celebrate his 50 years of service and the Golden Hammer Award.
Very nice. Congratulations to Steve. Well done. After our meeting on the 22nd of June, I had the privilege of attending 2 of our 4 school graduations in the community. I attended at Spring Valley and East Northumberland on the 23rd and 25th, respectively. On the 5th of July, I was able to attend and bring greetings from council to the Presqu'île Property Owners Association AGM. Also answered some of their interesting questions, critical questions. And before I headed out on vacation, the municipality officially reopened the Brighton tourism booth at the corner of Presqu'île Parkway and Lakeshore. I understand it's being well used, so I'm happy to know that that booth is reopened, and congratulations to our economic development team for bringing that initiative forward. Well done. Any other announcements? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to also say thank you to Lori Boychuk, who for the 4th year in a row supplied a beautiful gluten-free cake for those of us who can't eat regular cakes. It was expressed to me by a few different people at the time that they were very appreciative because we often get left out of things like that. And despite the attempt at humor, I just want Lori to know that we deeply appreciated the efforts that she's done, and our strawberries were well loved by both sides of the table.
Here, well done. Thank you. Any other announcements? Go ahead, Councillor Powell.
As a follow-up to that, I think there is definitely the need to have a larger cake or more cake that is gluten-free next year, because we ran out early.
I suspect there were people who didn't need to have a gluten-free cake eating your gluten-free cake. So just saying, everybody.
We did start saying you can only have this if you're allergic.
Are there any other announcements? Thank you, everyone. We move on to the adoption of the minutes with a motion moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowley. The council adopt the June 22nd, 2026 council meeting minutes as presented. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion is carried. That brings us to delegations and presentations. Council will hear 1 delegation and 2 presentations this evening. Delegates have 10 minutes and presenters have 15 minutes to provide council with their information. It is noted that language, content, and conduct must always remain respectful. Council will be provided with an opportunity to ask questions of clarification from the delegation or presentation representatives based on the information they have presented. Council is reminded that this is not an opportunity to engage in debate with the delegate or presenter, nor advance a public policy position. Delegates and presenters are reminded that council does not make decisions during the delegation or presentation portion of this evening's meeting. The first delegation is from Jackie Steele, Willow Point Property Owners Limited. Ms. Steele.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I am Jackie Steele. I am representing the Willow Point property owners today, some of whom are here with me in support. I'd like to read a statement, if that's okay. According to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, a municipality's primary responsibility to its citizens is to provide essential local services and ensure the health, safety, and well-being of the community. This includes managing infrastructure like roads and water, providing public services such as police, fire, and waste collection, and fostering social and economic development. As the level of government closest to the people, municipalities hear directly from their residents. They must be attentive and responsive to their needs. Given its geographical location, the municipality of Brighton is both an urban and rural community. Approximately 12 roads within the municipality are described as private roads. Certain private roads are the only access to waterfront properties. While many of these waterfront properties have historically been weekend cottages or seasonal dwellings, many have been converted to year-round residences. The planning department within the municipality has approved building permits for this to occur, resulting in an increase in the assessment for municipal taxes. As these changes come about in rural locations, meeting the demand for more permanent housing, there must be a responsibility on the municipality to upgrade and possibly assume some of these roads to benefit these tax-paying residents. Willow Point Road is one of the most populous of these private roads, comprising 26 dwellings, which house approximately 57 residents, the majority of which are seniors.
The laneway connecting County Road 64 is approximately 900 metres to a stop sign. While the Willow Point Property Owners Road Association has been diligent in replacing gravel, conducting snow removal and some surface grading over the last few decades, the current condition of the laneway is in desperate need of major remediation to ensure safe passage for residents and access for emergency vehicles. Municipalities rely primarily on property taxes to generate the revenues needed to conduct business. From the Association of Municipalities of Ontario website, it states that Ontarians currently pay the second highest property taxes in the country at $2,200 per capita. Since the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation implemented market value assessment, the shoreline tax base often pays a significantly larger portion of taxes as compared to non-shoreline residents. Unlike other municipalities in Ontario, the Municipality of Brighton does not have a two-tier property tax system, which recognises the difference in service delivery, such as a higher percentage for in-town residents. Rural residents receive no direct municipal services, such as infrastructure for water, sewage and road maintenance. Private roads or laneways are the only means of access for a large number of waterfront property owners, and long-term maintenance of these private roads puts an additional burden on rural residents. Prior to the amalgamation in 2001, residents of Willow Point Road attended the Brighton Township Council meeting on February the 19th, 1998, to request that the town take over maintenance of the road on an as-requested basis. At that time, there was already a change in residence for many homeowners living on Willow Point Road from seasonal to year-round. Unfortunately, a decision was not reached and the matter was deferred. However, as recently as 2003, under the new municipality, some remediation of Willow Point Road, such as gravel, dragging and dust suppression, was being undertaken by staff on an informal basis. In the April 20th, 2026 report by the Director of Municipal Infrastructure, Operations and Recreation, Mr. Bill Lennon wrote, "The current road has an approximate 5-metre wide driving surface. Achieving municipal standards would require a right-of-way width of 20 metres, a 7-metre driving surface with appropriate shoulder rounding." According to the Transport Association Canada guidelines, a standard travel lane threshold where there are individual traffic lanes must be a minimum of 3 metres wide. This yields a bare minimum two-way paved driving platform of 6 metres. According to the hand-drawn survey provided in the package to Council, the laneway from County Road 64 to the stop sign is 32 feet wide, which equivalents 9.75 metres. This width has been visually reduced simply because of vegetation growth. I believe there are some rural roads maintained within the municipality and which also do not conform to current standards and have simply been grandfathered in. The request to Council is that the residents of Willow Point Road are hoping for financial assistance to remediate the access portion of the road from Highway 64, and there are 2 estimates for that work provided to Council in their package. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. We didn't get anything in the package. Oh, in the correspondence. Thank you. Thank you. I was looking for a link to your delegation, but it's later in correspondence.
It's in the
Appreciate
correspondence,
that,
yes. Yes, sorry.
Questions of clarification from members of council? Councillor Wright.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Jackie, are you looking for this point for us to take on the full remediation, or are you looking for us to do the remediation and take over the road entirely?
Good question. I think initially it would be helpful if we could get funding for the remediation, which would then put the road into an adequate condition should council later decide to assume the road. And I would like to point out that the road, as we discuss, from County Road 64 to the stop sign doesn't actually reach all of the households. We have another kilometre of internal roadway that is definitely not wide enough that people access their actual houses. So we would still be responsible for the remediation of that portion and the associated cost.
Councillor Butwell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, hello.
Hello.
The homeowners of Willow Point, have they made the decision, like have they voted on gifting, for all intents and purposes, that portion of the road from 64 down to the stop sign? Has that already been decided in the group?
Yes, we did. We did address that at one of our meetings a couple of years ago, and felt that all the residents felt that if that's what it takes to get the assistance with the condition of the road, then that's what would happen. It doesn't lead anywhere. It's a bit of a difficult situation because the stop sign is literally just before all of the offshoot roads go to the houses, as you know, because you know the area. But it would help us in getting up to County Road 64, especially during the winter when we have to plow the whole section. I would estimate that the additional roadway that leads to all the houses is probably an extra kilometre in addition to the 900 metres or so that takes us from the stop sign to County Road 64.
Thank you both. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Steele. Appreciate it.
Okay.
And we will deal with the discussion during correspondence later in the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that Council receive the presentation from Jackie Steele, Willow Point Property Owners Limited, regarding a request for additional funding for remediation of Willow Point Road. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. Next is a presentation from Mark Stab, Program Director, Nature Conservancy Canada. Mr. Stab, welcome. Welcome back.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, through you to council and staff and guests, I'd like to also introduce Jennifer Gagne, who's our biologist responsible for the Brighton Wetland Nature Reserve. Thanks very much for inviting us to speak with you today and talk about the property generally, but more specifically about the Brighton Wetland Trail that we have planned and coming soon to a property near you. And who do I point to advance the slides? Hello, thanks. Caroline? Okay, next slide, please. You had a land acknowledgement earlier today, and we also spend time with First Nations to engage them with properties. In fact, we've had them out to this property in particular to get their input into how we manage those properties. That's on an ongoing basis. Next, please. So Nature Conservancy of Canada is a not-for-profit land trust started in 1962 in Ontario, grew across the country, focused on land conservation and land stewardship. And we worked in landscapes from all across Canada, all coasts and so on, with a focus on securing land, protecting land for biodiversity purposes, and then managing those lands for biodiversity, and then increasingly to provide options for people to visit properties as well. Next, please. So the Brighton Wetland Nature Reserve, some of you have seen the sign along the highway. It's about 378 acres. It started with Arnold Bowes' donation. Some of you still remember the late Arnold Bowes. Bowes Road is named after that fellow who donated his property for conservation. And 10 years later, the municipality contributed towards the purchase of a property that was owned by St. Mary's Cement, later by a fellow who flipped properties for profit, but we bought it for conservation purposes, and have had other lands have been added as well. So the Tobys donated property to us along Butler Creek. We've also purchased a couple of properties as well. So the Brighton wetland area is really significant. It's part of the whole Presqu'île Bay area. We're proud to be kind of aligned with the Presqu'île Park, helping to protect habitats in this really provincially significant wetland. It's really important for birds, for rare species at risk. And now we have this neat opportunity to provide access to nature right along the waterfront trail as well. Next, please. So you may have seen their sign. Finally, we'll be able to get a sign up recognizing some of the donors, and we'll show a slide about some of those folks who contributed in the past, including the municipality. Next, please. So the green area is the area that the trail is on that we'll be talking about in a moment. On the far right is the Bose property that was donated to us. Far left, the property the Tobys donated to us. And then we've also purchased a couple of properties from the Phillips family. So altogether, it's now 378 acres that we are managing for conservation and increasingly looking to partner with neighbors, for example, the municipality on potentially some projects. But in terms of property stewardship, I'll turn it over to Jen from here on in to kind of cover what she has in mind for the property and what we have in store in terms of the trail.
Great.
Jen.
Thanks, Mark. All right, so on the property, we first and foremost try to be responsible land managers. So we monitor the property, pick up waste, make sure that there's no, broken fences or hazards. But we also do a lot of invasive species management. So Phragmites or common reed is an aquatic vegetation. You might have seen the large reeds with big seed heads. A wild parsnip is a noxious weed that we really put a lot of effort into dealing with, especially since we're opening a trail. Garlic mustard, dog strangling vine. And then so all of the formerly agricultural fields, we've seeded all of those and also done planting projects with trees and shrubs in those areas. Next, please. So you may have heard of the constructed wetlands, not the municipal constructed wetlands, but we also had a large restoration project on the property. So you can see on the left here, you can see kind of what it looked like before. So working with Lower Trent Conservation Authority, finding out where the best places to create wetland habitat would be. Had a few challenges 2 winters ago with the ground not cooperating so much, but eventually got that work done. And there's 3 new constructed wetlands on the property. And you can kind of see how it's coming about now. We've worked with volunteers. So we had a group from Park Bus, which gets people who don't typically have access to conservation land or nature to get on a bus and come out and help. And they did some live staking. So using dogwood and willow stakes and just hammering them in the ground. And now they're sprouting out all around the constructed wetland. Next slide, please. And so as Mark mentioned, we are here mainly to talk about the Brighton Wetland Trail today. This is our concept map here. It has, if you click one more time, I can point out a few things. So on your left, the large oval, that's where the main section that we're working on right now is. That's where we'll have a trailhead, access to a lookout with a bench and interpretive signage and everything. The red line is kind of how the trail will meander through the old farm fields, avoiding any overly wet areas or already forested areas. And then the 3 circles you see throughout are ditch crossings or water crossings. I know you, Mayor Ostrander, you came out to the site with Mark and you saw a bit of it. So we're just moving ahead with a lot of the work that we've proposed now. Next slide, please. So the phase 1 is public access and trail development. So we've developed the trail, it's being mowed. We've marked it all out and we're applying for permits right now through Lower Trent and also Northumberland County. Prior to October, we'll be building a lookout where you can overlook Presqu'île Bay, installing interpretive signs and benches and constructing ditch crossings so that the whole trail can be accessed without having to go in heavy water or mud. Next, please. This is one of the ditch crossings that I was talking about. So there is a road allowance on the property and it is owned by Brighton Municipality. So we met with Bill and Vicky to discuss that, and we're currently applying with Lower Trent for the permits for these ditch crossings, which would be 2 18-inch culverts and gravel above. Next slide, please. So phase 2, after we have that, the trailhead, the lookout, we'll be looking to enhancing visitor management and also looking at safety. So getting people off the county road and having a parking lot. We'll have bike racks because it is on the waterfront trail. So just having that quick access for people who are biking, who can stop and take a break and enjoy nature and a lot of the wildlife. We'll be putting in the trailhead sign, wayfinding signs so that people can easily find their way throughout the property, benches for resting, and enhancing the land that wants to one day become forest by tree planting. Next slide, please. So we have had a little challenges. So the slide on your left is both a blessing and a challenge. With the construction of the new wetlands, we've had a large increase in turtles, but they also they don't stay where you want them to stay all the time. So this little Midland turtle, I helped cross the street the other day, but we are working with a consultant and trying to connect with Northumberland County to figure out ways that we can deter turtles from using the main road and trying to find safer access. Another one I mentioned is wild parsnips. So this is if the stem is broken and the sap gets on your skin, it can, with the sunlight, create a second-degree burn. So really trying to hone in on managing that before we open up the trail. Next slide, please. And many of our successes. So Mark on the left, top left, with the securement of the property, constructing the wetlands, all the beautiful wildlife that have come to the property. That's a little on your right, a little snapping turtle that decided to walk our trail when we were trying to mow it. And then on the top, you'll see the big group that helped us plant. And on the top right, the trail as it is right now, mowed earthen trail. Next, please. And that's we're getting to the end. I just want to thank all the supporters. A lot of people have helped with the securement of the property, and also the three top people are currently investing in this trail with us. So definitely so many people involved, and couldn't do it without the help of the municipality and all the other donors. Next slide. And this is where I invite you all to a gathering, an open house on October 1st. So that, I believe it's a Thursday or Friday. I meant to check this. From 4 to 7, we'll be having a tour around the trail so that people can kind of get that first glance and see and experience it with a lot of the staff. So hopefully everyone will come. And next slide, please. And just a little bit of what, we're not asking you for anything today, but just how we can work together with the municipality in the future. Endorsing this trail concept, working together, whether through planting or supporting the ditch crossing, or the road, turtle mortality, that kind of thing, connecting, having this partnership whenever we can. Next, please. And that's it. So thank you from both Mark and I to all of you for listening today.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time, your presentation. Are there any questions of clarification for members of council? Councilor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. A question maybe for Director Lennon. Mark, I remember that blustery day when we were down with the Toby property, and you and I talked about the road allowance that we have there, as far as other than just giving permission to the Conservancy, Director Lennon, do we have any plans for that road allowance at all?
Director?
Through the mayor, no, there's no long-term plans for that road allowance. It goes through the wetland. There's no municipal use that I can see of that, and there's no concern certainly with installing culverts in the swale that's there.
No follow-up question? I thought there'd be a follow-up question.
What kind of sort of? Yeah. Just wondering, Mr. Lennon, what it would take if we just hand it over to the Conservancy and let them look after it so we don't have to.
Director?
Through the mayor, I guess that would be a decision of council, but certainly no long-term plans from a public works or parks and rec perspective.
Thank you for that. So to our friends at the Nature Conservancy, perhaps if we received a request of that nature, council might be interested in hearing what you have to say.
That's very promising to hear that. And I do want to acknowledge the fact that at one point there was a bunch of material that was dumped in that right of way. And I happened to mention it to you and some staff, and then it was gone. It was like, that company, it goes, it vanished. So it's great to have the municipality as a partner at the site. So if that were to take place, if we were able to secure road allowance, which we've done in other locations, that would help us, manage all the properties as a unit there. But I wouldn't want that to preclude us from being partners in this trail and property going forward as well. So thanks so much for the suggestion. Terrific.
Thank you. I think I can speak fairly firmly that the municipality has enjoyed being a good partner with the Nature Conservancy, and I see a future there. So giving you a road allowance won't preclude us from continuing that partnership.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions of clarification from council? Thank you very much. It is
Thanks for the
appreciated.
presentation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
thanks a
you.
lot.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that council receive the presentation from Mark Stab, Program Director, Nature Conservancy of Canada. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. And the last presentation comes from John Geronimus, Raw Design, Multi-Use Recreational Feasibility Study. Mr. Geronimus, welcome.
Thank you so much. And thanks everybody for the opportunity to talk about the Brighton Indoor Multi-Use Recreation Facility. It's a mouthful. Let's get started. My name's John Geronimus. I'm a Brighton guy. Have grown up here and was really happy to be a part of this process. So if you could go to the next slide, please. We're going to talk about the feasibility study itself. I think you guys have the opportunity to find the study. It's quite a large document.
John?
Yes.
You can raise that platform.
Oh, really?
If you'd like. There's a button.
Oh,
You can-
wow. Okay, this is good.
You can thank the clerk for noticing that you were
Wow.
bending over, because I didn't notice.
Yes, thank you. This is much more comfortable. Much appreciated. Thank you. What are we going to talk about? The report itself, the feasibility report, is quite long. Director Lehman told me that I need to keep this relatively brief, or we'll be here for quite a long time talking through the report. So we've made it quite a bit more succinct and broken it down into kind of the most important component parts. So we're going to talk about the purpose of this study, like what is it and what is it not? We'll talk about some of the existing context and why we're doing this right now, why we're doing this feasibility study at all. We'll talk about the process of the study, what went into it, who was involved. We'll talk about why King Edward Park is recommended for further consideration as the site for the multi-use recreation facility renewal and development. We'll talk about what goes into one of these facilities, what's the functional program, which really just means the spaces involved, and what are some key themes that we heard from all the people we spoke to about this. And then we'll go into a couple of concept options. We have two concepts to think about. They're not the only concepts, but we'll talk through them as a useful sort of scenario to come to a framework to move forward. And we'll talk about the cost and how to implement something like this. And then we'll go through next steps. So we can carry on. That's okay. Okay, so this is there's a bunch of slides here that are just words, so I'll try to be brief through those. So I wanted to make clear what the study is and what it isn't. So let's start with what it isn't. This is not we're not asking to approve a design or a construction budget or anything like that, or select a preferred option. What the study really is it's a test. It's to test the feasibility, testing for a realistic framework for future decisions of, what does a multi-use recreational facility have to look like in Brighton, and how do we deal with some of the opportunities and constraints that exist, evaluating long-term opportunities, looking at phasing and all those things. So this is really just a study. This is not a final design. That'll come after. Next slide. And the reason this was initiated, there have been a number of studies that Brighton has undertaken. We won't get into what those are, but it's pretty obvious that our current multi-use recreational facilities, they're getting old, they're getting outdated. In some cases, they're getting unsafe. In some cases, they're less accessible than they should be for evolving expectations for the community and for long-term growth. And we need a realistic, phased approach that can be implemented. And that's the reason that we're doing this. Next slide. So the idea is to provide a realistic framework. And again, these two words, realistic framework, is really what it's about here. We need to modernize our current recreation infrastructure. We need to be more flexible with that infrastructure. And really important, what we heard a lot of is we need to maintain service throughout construction. We can't, halt everything, wait a million years for construction to complete, and then carry on. It's got to be continuous. We have to have continuous service in the community, and we need to support long-term growth, and we need to preserve our options. There's a lot of different desires, and we need to preserve options for sort of next step decision making. So that's part of the idea here as well. So how the study was carried out, it was quite a structured approach where we did a review of all the background data. We looked at all the existing conditions. We looked at a number of sites, that would be possible. We had input from the recreation club user groups, a lot of that. We had the advisory committee being part of this the whole way through. Then we talked through functional programming, and then we developed concepts from that. And we came up with some options for a comparative evaluation, which is where we are right now in the process. Next slide. So who informed the work? Municipal staff informed a lot of the work. Recreation clubs and users as well. We spoke with a lot of different groups. The project advisory committee had a lot of input, and we looked at some comparable facilities, notably the Campbellford facility, which everyone seems to cite as the most desirable of the similar facilities. Next slide. So this is Campbellford, just so that we all have an idea of how big these things are, what they are. And the reason we reference Campbellford is not necessarily because it has all the programmatic functions that we want or need in a facility, but just the way it operates, the sort of collaborative operation, and the use of it as a community hub was really attractive. Next slide. So as you know, we've looked at King Edward Park as the most logical location for renewal of your multi-use facilities, and to me anyway, it seems very obvious why. But let's talk about it, because as we look at all these municipally owned properties or even privately owned properties in Brighton, none of them have all of these boxes ticked. It's currently Brighton's recreation campus already. It's central, it's highly visible. A lot of people can walk to it. It's right next to the high school and the public school. It's got existing servicing and infrastructure. It's got room, like there's tons of land there that isn't even being used entirely right now. So there's room to, organize the site. And it's got strong access and civic visibility. It's got an iconic place in Brighton, and it aligns with long-term planning. So that all those things just pointed to King Edward. And you can see, I think on the next slide, it's maybe not all of you know this, but you see King Edward Park there. You see the ball diamonds along the bottom, and on the bottom right of the King Edward Park kind of patch, there's a lot of scrubby land. That also is owned by King Edward Park, or it's owned by Brighton. So it just meant that there's a lot of flexibility, and there is a creek that bisects this thing, which we'll get into in a little bit, but you can go to the next slide now. So we're going to talk about the concept options, but before doing that, we have to look at, well, what is this thing right now? What is existing? So what we're looking at here is a very simple overhead site plan view. The yellow are the buildings on the site. The purple is the creek. And you can see how the creek really bisects the site. And what that did is it suggested that, okay, if we want to keep this campus going, we should really keep everything to the west of the creek. And you can see the ball diamond there, which we'll get into. You can go to the next slide. So looking at the existing conditions, and you can go to the next slide as well. I think it has some photos. And maybe just flip through these if you would, Caroline. Yeah, the existing conditions, there's aging infrastructure, especially the curling building. The site is not organized optimally for the best parking. For instance, the visibility from the street is it's aging, and there's a lot of opportunity to reimagine this site and what it could mean for the town. Next slide, please. A lot of community input, and I think a lot of this has been documented already, but we'll go over it quickly. Just modern facilities, improved accessibility, flexibility across seasons and uses. That's a big one, especially across seasons. Better gathering and spectator space, more storage, more functionality, maintain a strong curling identity. We heard that a lot, and uninterrupted service during construction. Next slide. So proposed functional program, these were some of the key items that we've been looking at as core elements. An integrated flexible model to include ice facilities, curling, multi-purpose space, fitness and studios, an indoor walking track, shared support spaces, accessible circulation, spectator and gathering spaces. Next slide, please. And then we left options for future flexibility because we know there's a lot of consideration about these things. For instance, a second ice pad. So the schemes and the concepts that we'll show do not preclude this. They could incorporate this. Aquatics, same idea. And aquatics, we have to mention that's got to be a separate future project decision. I know this is a hot button topic, but the specifics of aquatics are very difficult to include in a feasibility study like this. So what we did here is we simply did not preclude aquatics. We've also looked at additional community uses like rental spaces. We've looked at, including a library into this facility and other civic integration and other partnership models, for instance, with the YMCA. We've looked at all of these things as future flexible optional elements for further study. Next slide. Okay, let's look at some concepts. So if you could go to the next slide, actually. On the left here, you'll see the existing situation. And on the right, these are not final designs by any means. These are meant to just try to resolve some of the geometric constraints of the site and try to explain the phasing. And if I'm going too long, Mr. Mayor, please, or anyone, just let me know if you're not there yet. Oh, good. All right, let's go. A phased approach is totally doable on this land. It would require a couple of steps. First of all, the ball diamond. There's a lot of land on the east end of this property where that ball diamond could be relocated. If you do that, it opens up the whole south portion directly south of the existing arena and the existing curling facility to really improve the organization and efficiency of the site as a whole. Another consideration is the curling rink. We can't just demolish the curling rink and then wait to build a new one. Any solution here needs to consider the curling rink. So demolishing that cannot be part of phase one. It needs to be at phase two. So on the right-hand side of this site plan, you can see in light blue, these are some proposed spaces. And in green, in yellow, it's the existing buildings. So you can see the ball diamond has been relocated. So once you do that, you could build the light blue stuff, which kind of squeezes in between the curling rink and the arena. Then you would demolish the curling rink because you would have had a brand new one already built. And then in this scheme, you can renew or adaptively reuse the existing arena facility. So this is concept A, and there's a lot of pros and cons here. This one's more about reuse and repurposing of existing. But in the scheme, you could fit a twin pad arena, you can fit a curling rink, but let's not get too bogged down in that, the specifics of the programming. It will work with the geometry depending on what council decides to do. The beauty of this is I think the parking is much more efficient and more safe. Right now, kids playing on the playground on the east side, for example, sometimes they run out onto the road between cars, and cars that are driving around the the curling building don't always see them. And so that sort of concern gets alleviated with a scheme like this. Next slide, please. This is what it looks like in 3D. This is a very simple model, just in case some folks have challenges reading plans, which a lot of people do. Hopefully just a 3D image helps. The light blue stuff is the new construction, as well as the pink. And then the yellow is what's currently existing. So that's concept A. Next slide, please. Concept B is much more intensive, and in its final build out would be more money. However, there's a number of advantages. So why don't we go to the next slide? Again, on the left is the existing scenario, just so you can compare. So on the right, what we're doing here is, imagine again, the ball diamond gets relocated. The light blue stuff gets built, which would be a single arena slab and a curling facility. Then you demolish the existing curling building, and then you build a brand new. You demolish the rest of the existing arena as well, and you build a brand new identity right at that corner of Pinnacle and Highway 2 there, which could include a number of things, including another arena pad, gymnasium, some of the other optional elements. These could all be imagined in a space like this. So this would be a brand new build. You'd have nothing left of the existing arena facility or existing curling facility. The benefit of this versus the adaptive reuse is just you have a lot more operational efficiency and a lot more geometric efficiency and a lot more parking. It's a lot more I guess you're not stuck with existing things. You can build brand new and in accordance with what Brighton really wants to the sizes that it needs. Next slide, please. So these are very simple.
Mr. Geronimus, you are at 15 minutes, so I'm assuming council's okay. We can carry on with the presentation. Thank you. Carry on.
Oh, thanks for that. I'll be quick. Next slide, please. We just included some images. This would be of the concept B. I mean, this is taken from Elizabeth Street or Highway 2 looking south. And just imagining a new identity for the Brighton multi-use recreation facility could be quite an opportunity if funding allows. Next slide. These are just comparing the two options. I don't think we need to really get into this slide too much. I think both options are very viable. Option A is less expensive. Option B is more impactful, more of a complete campus transformation for Brighton. You can go to the next stage. The cost and implementation. So let's look at some numbers. And before we get to the next slide, I don't want us to dwell on the numbers. I think it's important to know that this is not a fulsome cost estimate. This is a very high level estimate to help compare the two options. Next slide, please. So option A, we're calling it phased replacement and adaptive reuse. It would be between $46.5 and $52.5 million to open phase 1. And the full build out would be between $51 and $68 million. And there's quite a range there because we don't know a lot of things about what the operational use might be, what the functional program might be. But those are numbers that we're looking at. Option B, comprehensive phased redevelopment, $26 million to $31 million for phase 1, which would be the twin pad and curling and support spaces. And then $61 to $76 million for the full campus build out. Again, don't dwell on the numbers. I know they're very large, but the idea is, okay, which option makes the most sense for us and how does the phasing play out? Next slide, please. Okay, key takeaways. King Park is feasible for a long-term recreation site. Existing facilities are in rough shape and face significant challenges in their life cycle. Phased redevelopment is achievable without service gaps. A lot of pathways exist for strategy on either concept, or maybe there are other concepts, but at least for those two, we've really tested them out. Future flexibility is deliberately preserved, and the next steps are focused refinements. Next slide. So just so everyone is clear on how this all works with a construction project, we're at the very beginning. There've been a lot of studies to get to this point, but we're still right at the beginning. We need to refine the concept. We need to do some costing. We need to get funding. We need to do design, further refinement, approvals, and construction. So early days. Next slide. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Geronimus. Questions of clarification from the presenter. Go ahead, Councillor Wilden.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I may have missed it, but maybe you can tell me, how much longer do we have with our current facilities before they start getting bogged down in repairs and replacement and things like that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'll put a caveat in first to say building condition assessment wasn't necessarily what we undertook for this. So hard to give you hard years,
That's
but
okay.
it's already happening. They're already decaying. I mean, the back of the curling facility, for example, there's holes in it. Same with the arena. The structure of the arena, the steel columns and beams appear sound to me at first, just looking at them, but the cladding is rough. The surface for the concrete surface of the slab is very rough. The ice making equipment is it's near or at the end of its life as well. So there's a lot right now that we're already there in a lot of ways.
Go ahead. Another question, related one, I guess, in terms of the scope of your feasibility study. The general concepts you've included here, are there sort of thresholds of community use? Like, is there a threshold of how many people are using the arena before this kind of build out is justified? That kind of thing?
Yeah, that's another great question. What we're hearing is that you have a single pad right now, and it currently is leaving people without ice time. So I would say that you need another pad already. Curling is similar. They're growing. They need more, and those are just two sports.
Thank you.
Councillor Butwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions, if you would. One, I'm just going to piggyback on the last question. I was under the impression that we had been told that there was plenty of ice time when we took on that Junior A League, that the other users were not feeling put out. So have we flipped now from we have plenty of time to now we're turning people away?
That's a good.
Director Lennon.
That's good.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the primetime ice, we were able to adjust with another user group, but their approval to accommodate the Junior A team. But that's basically a capacity. I mean, there's daytime ice available. It's not prime. It's not well sought after, but so depending on how you look at it, there is ice time available, but no prime time ice available.
If I may follow
You
up
may,
on that. So are we now having to look at building a second pad because we've brought a Junior A team here?
Through the mayor, I guess that's part of the discussion on what our needs are in the future. We had the capacity to make that happen, and we're at capacity. It could have been any other user, I suppose. But part of this study and next steps would be diving a little deeper into what the community needs and what council desires.
Okay. May I continue? I have several, if
Yep.
no one else is.
You may, I just want to jump in here on the ice time thing, because our ice time is essentially nine to 9-ish, give or take.
Prime time would be 4 till 10 till 11 o'clock at
Right,
night.
but we,
And then during Saturday, Sunday, we rent from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and that's booked solid.
right, but we don't have anyone coming in at 5 a.m. or staying until 2 a.m. like they do in Scarborough, as an example.
No, not currently.
Yeah. So, I mean, we do have ice time available for those people willing to work around those awkward times if we wanted to. And we would have to add the staffing for that. I get that.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Butwell.
Okay, so You had mentioned earlier on that specifically the second ice pad and the pool, you're preserving those as options. But yet we see the second ice pad in both of the concepts that are being presented to us. If they're not being reserved as are they separate options? Where would the pool go if we decided to go the pool way? Because I noticed the pool's not a part of this at all, and that is the number one thing that was asked for by this community.
Your mic's off.
Okay, and in options, for example, in the concept B, there is a space in that for a potential pool or a gymnasium. It just isn't labeled as such. So our feasibility review is really about trying to capture an overall geometry where it leaves Brighton and you guys with the flexibility to define what exactly is going into these spaces. That's also why the budget is such a huge range.
So there is one of your meetings, one of your committee meetings is available online. It was a February meeting. It was attended, everyone was there by Zoom. So if anyone is curious and who's listening, I suggest they go and watch that, where you actually talked about dollars and cents for some of these items. What are the updated numbers for a pad, for a pool and for a curling? For pad or for 4 and 8 end? What is it? Sheets, thank you. You talked about pricing in that meeting.
I forget what these numbers are off the top of my head, but we do have a collection of these numbers as we're trying to sort of figure out what, how to lay them out and even how to put them in a feasibility report. But we can, I think we could certainly get those.
Yeah, I figured they're in there somewhere.
Was the money part of the report not sufficient enough?
No, simply because I don't want to misquote what I think I saw in the meeting. Because it looked like anything other than replacing what we already have is just way too expensive. So I've realized we're just looking at concepts, but we've obviously been presented with 2 specific concepts that have been whittled down to by a committee. So I want to know how much this is looking to cost us, because I know that if we're kicking this can down the road, we're going to pigeonhole ourselves into one of these 2. Not necessarily, but I think that's kind of where we're ending up. Why was the pool dropped off of this completely?
I wouldn't say it wasn't dropped off completely, but I would say it's left in as a potential option. It just requires so much further study to understand the operations, how it's going to be funded, and it has such a huge impact on the rest of the facility that it would have totally dominated. This then would have been a pool rather than a multi-use, an indoor multi-use recreation facility. So the option is still there. It requires further study to really get into it. Same thing with the numbers. These things really have to be drilled down into with further refinement. And the concepts we shared, I want to make sure it's clear that this is not, you have this option or this option to proceed with. We just showed those concepts as a way to prove out that, yes, something is feasible here on King Edward Park. Here's how you could phase it. Here's how things could be organized geometrically, but they are not the final design pathway.
Right.
It's a framework.
It's a framework, but I don't even think I understand if I feel like we're already going down one road when we maybe shouldn't be at that space yet. Because I personally would like to know why in a community where the pool is the number one ask and it can serve newborns to folks right at end of life for everybody year round, where it went and why it did not make it into this. So
Councilor Butwell, I think this is a conversation we can have when we get to the staff report, and we can provide some direction to staff on what we would like to see moving forward. Mr. Geronimus has marching orders, has been brought here based on those marching orders, and it becomes up to us then to say, thanks, John, but we're going to go this route.
Thank you. Appreciate that. It just, when you mentioned the pool earlier on, you said we're preserving the option of a second ice pad and a pool. And then here we are talking about the second ice pad and the pool's never mentioned again. So that's where I was going with that.
Fair enough.
Let it go.
Yeah. And I didn't mean to end your questioning. If you have more questions, I just think that if we're going to start talking about options outside of the presentation, which I do want to talk about, we should do it during the staff report, because I agree with you 100%. I think the number one ask in this community is aquatics. And do we need to replace our ice pad? I think we're at that stage because of its age. I'm not sure we need a second ice pad, given the way ice times are, the future looking of how ice times are going to go. Our curling club is bursting at the seams, though. So, you know, there's lots of different things. But at the end of all of this discussion, it will be, where are we getting the money?
I thought we were waiting to talk about this till later.
We are going to talk about this.
Just really.
I know, I just went on a rant, but we're not going to talk about this later. And so we'll go back to questions of clarification for Mr. Geronimus. Sir, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering, like, I know the YMCA was mentioned through the course of this. Did they comment in terms of what type of space that they would like to see in a new rec building? Was the soccer community communicated with to see what their needs were? Because, you know, an indoor soccer pad would be pretty cool too, because I think Loyalist operates at full capacity, which could be a revenue maker as well. But yeah, I totally appreciate everything that's gone on to this, but I too would like to have the pool conversation.
Okay, so your first question about the YMCA, yeah, I had a fantastic series of conversations with Eunice, and YMCA integration is, as we wrote in the report, it appears very viable, but it does require some pretty intensive collaboration to really understand, okay, how is this going to work operationally? The YMCA calls it in-skin and out-skin. Like, in-skin is the stuff that the YMCA controls, and out-skin is the stuff that the municipality controls. The municipality owns all of it. But if, for instance, with Campbellford, very useful to have those conversations. But again, at this point, you know, that would be taking us down a very specific road in this feasibility study report. So what we aimed to do is show that it's possible, and point to the need for further refinement if that's the path that is going to be taken. To your other question about soccer. So the soccer people, we did talk to. They're super busy. Like, there's a lot of need for the soccer is growing in Brighton like crazy, and they pointed to the need for more outdoor space. Actually, they said that an indoor, and Vicky, you might remember this better than I do, but they said an indoor soccer field would be awesome, but really I think they'd be quite happy if we could help them resolve some of their challenges right now. For instance, up against the east side of the current soccer fields. They've got kids, you know, playing in the scrub and in the long grass, and, you know, close to the train tracks too. So helping them resolve some of those things, you know, seating, lighting, they were more interested in that. And then you had a third question. What was the pool? Okay.
Thank you all very much. Any other questions of clarification? Mr. Geronimus, thank you. And I'll point out that there are members of the advisory committee here tonight, and I thank you for your service and your time in getting us down this road as well. I have a motion moved by Councillor McCausland, second by Councillor Butwell, that Council receive the presentation from John Geronimus, Raw Design, Inc., Multi-Use Recreation Feasibility Study. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? Are there any opposed? That motion's carried. The clerk advises that there are no citizens' comments this evening. Thank you. That brings us to our statutory public meeting. The Municipality of Brighton takes steps beyond the requirements of the Planning Act to engage the community in land use planning initiatives. The municipality also holds a statutory public meeting on the planning item and then receives a staff report with a recommendation on which council will make a decision. It is during this meeting that council depends on the community to provide input for our decision. This input may be received in advance of the statutory public meeting by sending correspondence to the clerk's office and or by making an oral submission to council at the statutory public meeting. This will best inform council on the land use planning matter prior to council making our final decision. The province's regulations now limit appeal rights to only the applicant and specified regulated persons. For details or information on the new appeal process, please visit the municipal website or contact the clerk's office. I have a motion moved by Councillor Wheeldon, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that council move into the statutory public meeting July 27th, 2026 at 7:38 p.m. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. We have only one item in our statutory public meeting this evening. It's with regard to 15064 Telephone Road and a new potential lot on Telephone Road, consent file number B05-2026. The purpose of the public meeting is to address requirements under the Planning Act for the hosting of a public meeting before council makes a decision and to obtain public input towards making any decision on the proposed consent. So this is consent application B05-2026, and the applicants are Waite, and Callahan. Planner Britnell, by what method and on what date was notice of the application given?
Through your worship, notice of consent application B05-2026 was provided in compliance with the Planning Act with a public notice sign posted on the property on July 3rd, 2026, as well as a notice of complete application and public meeting mailed to all landowners within 120 meters of the subject lands on July 6th, 2026. Notice was also circulated to the agencies required under the Planning Act.
Thank you, Madam Planner. Would you please explain the purpose and reason for the subject application before council this evening?
Through your worship, the proposed consent application is B05-2026 at 15064 Telephone Road is a proposed farm consolidation under section 3.11 lot creation of the Provincial Planning Statement 2024. The subject lands are to be added to the property immediately east with which is run by a licensed farm, Waite's Farm. The retained portion of the lot would have an acreage of 0.48 hectares, 1.18 acres with 60 meters of frontage on Telephone Road, and would include a single family dwelling and a detached accessory structure subject to a final survey. The benefiting parcel, a vacant lot with legal description part lot 6 in section 4, is operated under the aforementioned farm business registration number. The subject lands will be subject to an upcoming zoning bylaw amendment, which has been submitted as Z03-2026 as a condition of the proposed consent application B05-2026.
Thank you, Madam Planner. Are there persons present who have questions or comments regarding the subject applications this evening? Mr. Waite, come on up.
This would be the.
Is there a form? There's a sign in?
Oh, okay. Oh, yep, geez. Yep, geez. We've talked a lot.
Thank you for coming.
Well, it's just. You want? Jasper. Yeah. Just a clarification. This is the third time I'm doing this. I own just about everything on Telephone Road now. I'm down to one farm and that. Hopefully one day I will talk to you again. I'm just adding the Buck Farm basically to the Cummings Farm, which is next door, something like that. It's not anything. I did this with the Cummings Farm. I got rid of the house because I don't want the house. I just want the land. I'm a farmer. This is farmland. It's staying farm forever. It's mine. I've rented this. I'm the third generation to rent this farm. I'm finally going to own it. And so this has always been a dream. And so anyway, it's not anything special. So now I'm just trying to continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Waite. I like your t-shirt. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else present who has questions or comments with regard to the consent application? Anyone online for that purpose? There are none noted. Other questions or comments from members of council? There are none noted. Planner Britnell, any final comments?
Through your worship, I just want to acknowledge the help of the manager and the director. I had some trouble with iCompass this time, so look forward to better material in August.
Thank you for that. I have a motion moved by Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that council grant provisional consent for lot addition to application B05-2026, municipally known as 15064 Telephone Road, subject to the conditions outlined in the report. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion is carried. And I have a motion moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowley, that council move out of the statutory public meeting July 27th, 2026 at 7:44 p.m. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Oh. Well, the decision is made, but iPad 198, did you have a comment?
I'm not sure if that's me or not.
That is you.
Oh, okay. No, I'm very happy with with what I'm hearing, and I hope to get this process wrapped up very quickly in the near future.
Thank you, sir.
The Waite farm has been working with my family since 1963, and I do hope that what your judgments calls are going to be done will be in our favor. Thank you very much for allowing me to enjoy and be a part of this meeting tonight.
You're the first person to ever say they've enjoyed coming to a council meeting, Mr. Brake. Thank you for that. Council did pass provisional consent, so we leave that to staff now to carry it forward. I think there are some conditions that need to be fulfilled for the consent to be finalized, but you're well on your way as of tonight.
Thank you.
Welcome. Moves us into staff reports. The first report is with regard to a 2026 tractor loader backhoe. It was prepared by Manager Blatansky. Director Lennon, do you have anything to add or highlight?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only that it's a new backhoe to replace a 2009 backhoe that's at the end of its life cycle.
Thank you, sir. A motion moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowley. The council approved the contract award for the purchase of a 2026 tractor loader backhoe machine and associated attachments through the canoe procurement program for a total procurement value of $221,000 to replace the Municipality of Brighton's 2009 John Deere backhoe. And the council authorized the sale of the existing surplus for the Municipality of Brighton's 2009 John Deere backhoe via Gov Deals as per section 6.1 of the procurement policy. Is there any discussion? Councillor Butwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Lennon. Was there consideration given to keeping the unit as a backup or as a secondary unit?
Director?
Thank you. Through you. Yeah, we do look at that. We look at other department needs as well. And as a small municipality, we're able to share equipment through between departments. We do have 2 backhoes in our fleet, so a third one didn't make a lot of sense to us operationally.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Wright.
I just wondered what the 2009 one, like what you're hoping to get for it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, that always depends on the market. But we do have representatives from Gov Deals look at our surplus equipment to give us a ballpark. So it could be anywhere in the range of $15,000 to $30,000.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Butwell.
Thank you again. Director Lennon, you haven't been here long enough and neither have I, so perhaps the mayor might know. Have we ever done an auction of our surplus equipment?
That's kind of what Gov Deals is.
Have we never done an actual auction? Like there might be people in the community who could use these things that don't necessarily have access to
To the best of my knowledge, we have never done an auction.
No? Okay. Thank you.
Anyone can purchase from Gov Deals, is that not true?
That's true.
Yeah.
Like anybody from anyone who has access to that site can go on there and place a bid.
Any other questions from members of council? All those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion is carried. The next report is a feasibility study, indoor multi-use recreational facility. Director Lennon, we've read this report. Do you have anything to add or highlight?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Essentially, just staff are looking for council support to start next steps, whatever that may look like, and at council's direction.
Thank you for that. I have a motion moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell. The council received the staff report on the feasibility study for an indoor multi-use recreation facility, and that council directs staff to develop next steps with consideration given to design concepts, technical reviews, costing for future budgets, grant funding investigation, and the preparation of site works in King Edward Park for a potential new indoor recreational facility. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Butwell.
Well, I think the relevant staff have heard my questions, but this reads given to consideration given to design concepts. Are we talking about the two design concepts that were presented to us in the report?
CAO, I'm going to flip this one over to you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butwell. I don't think either one of those designs are set in stone. There was a number of designs that were brought in, and I did not attend the last couple of meetings. So if Director Lennon or Manager Hallam want to add on to what I'm saying, I'm happy to turn it over to them. In the initial phases, just going back to your question about the pool, there certainly was a lot of discussion about the pool. And when that first came to that meeting, it probably was the February meeting you were speaking about. The concepts, although we were talking about a pool, it was also lacking in areas like the YMCA. So we had a broader conversation about what really can this municipality afford? Can it afford 2 ice pads and a curling rink and the YMCA attached and a pool? And the answer is no. So I was fairly vocal to say we have to bring something back to council that gives you options, but the opportunity for you to make a decision as council and not just specifically what you're hearing in the public, because a lot of the time the public doesn't understand the cost associated to something like a pool. So I personally did not want to see a drawing with just a pool and excluding things like the YMCA and, potentially the library. So in John's defense, that's why the designs were done the way that they were, so that you had the opportunity to then look at those concepts. There was at least one other concept that was provided that the committee wasn't in favor of and narrowed it down to 2, and that's what you saw this evening. But there is certainly room for those concepts to be modified based on what council would like to do. And if it's the decision of council that we can only afford to replace what we have, then I think those concepts change. We have also had subsequent conversations. I know Manager Hallam has had some subsequent conversations with the YMCA and potentially the opportunity of partnering for something like an aquatic center. So again, to bring it here and say it's going to cost us X amount of dollars, that might not be the reality if it's something that we can partner with. So there's a lot of moving parts, and I think we need some direction from council as to what is the primary need and the expectation, and allow staff to go back and start with that and provide some costing, knowing that we can't afford to do it all, at least not right away.
Councillor Wilden.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that explanation, CAO. To put this into some context, at least from my perspective, in the last 2 municipal elections, we've been hearing a lot about pools from people as we knock on doors and see the chorus of people on Facebook, et cetera. There's been a lot of demand for a pool, so much so that when we put together a strategic plan, we included talk of multi-use recreational facility, but the between the lines that read pool. And so since this has started, I've been really excited to see that the committee was put together, and I really appreciate the report. It is quite thorough. But the number one thing that I was expecting to see in the report is a cost for a pool. Because the comment that we've made over and over and over again is that we can have anything we're willing to pay for. And so that dollar figure for what a pool would cost, I am not at all surprised to hear that we can't afford it. But I think in order to be able to respond to people who have been saying for 8 years now in my earshot that we need a pool, I would love to be able to tell them exactly what that would cost. And so I don't need to have a specific dollar figure. I guess I shouldn't say exactly, but I would love to be able to say, you know, like we have a general cost here for up to $72 million for option B. Presumably that could include a pool depending on what other decisions were made. I feel like that's a really high number that knowing our borrowing limits, I know that we can't actually afford that either without significant outside input. And without foregoing other things that our community might need in the interim. But I do think that I would like to see at least a range that is explicitly pool so that we can have a conversation that the public can understand in terms of, you know, and to Tim's point, I don't think, or Miss John's point, my apologies. Sorry, John.
It's okay. I almost called him Tony, so.
There you go. Enough of them around. To his point, we don't want to get too specific here. This is just basic concepts, but I would love to be able to have a conversation with the public, especially as we're going into an election. I'm going to be hearing more about a pool as I have the last 2 times around. I would love to be able to tell people that we have something that we can have a conversation about that isn't apples and oranges. Because right now, I'm not sure what the oranges are, if that makes any sense. Or how much the apple. We have a general sense of the apples, but what about the oranges? So
I think the general issue is we see, you know, a price tag of $52 million to $76 million, and we try to wrap our heads around the fact that we're just spending now $52 million on a new sewage treatment plant. And it's a lot of money. We know that's a lot of money to be true, but if we kick it down the road, it's going to be twice that by the time we get down that road. So not just twice that for the infrastructure costs, but then add in the cost to keep the existing facilities up and running as best we can on, you know, springs and duct tape, which isn't true. I know. I know our professional staff do a very good job. You know, and I also think that the community deserves nice things at the end of the day. And so it will be good for us to go down this road, figure out what next steps are. And I agree with the 3 people who have said it so far that aquatics need to be part of this mix, or at least we need to know what the cost of those aquatics are so that we can say yes or no to that one way or the other. And I'm going to go over here. Councillor Wright.
I think not only do our constituents need nice things, but they also deserve real answers to the question of if it turns out that we can't have a pool right now or 5 or 10 years from now, we need to have like actual dollar figures and what that translates to in tax dollars. Those are the things that make people pause and go, oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Right. Instead of just saying no, and they're expected to accept it blindly when they know that they're paying us so much money every month over the course of a year and they still don't have a pool, even though they've been asking for one for years.
And I fully expect that next steps would include at least talking points around fundraising, that this wouldn't be entirely taxpayer funded. It would have to be the user groups coming together, raising funds, you know, doing their galas, et cetera, of which, of course, all members of council will be happy to participate in. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to go to the sewage treatment plant and 52 million. You must remember that 30 plus of that has been given to us from the government. So unless we can get another 30 plus million from the government to put this multi-use facility together, it's still years out. And as far as a pool, it's not been 8 years, Councillor Wilden, it's been 20. It's been since I first came on council that the Y came here and everybody thought the Y was bringing a pool. And the Y hasn't brought a pool, except they brought one to Quinte and they brought one to Campbellford. And those are accessible to our community members if they so desire. Being on that committee, along with 3 gentlemen sitting at the back, well done, gentlemen. It was my pleasure working with you. Very quickly, as well as with the CAO, that it was just going to be very expensive for. There was chatter that there would be a partnership, just with but maybe with another group here in town. We were hoping for something that might fall through as well. So the option was always there, but it was just not. The dollar value wasn't there. It's not just building the pool, it's staffing the pool. And there comes a big liability with that as well that we have to consider.
But again, we need to see those numbers, right? So that we can make a good decision or the best decision we can at the end of all of this, I think. And I appreciate the work that went into this. I really do. Councillor Butwell.
And Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Rowley, I don't think anybody thinks it's easy sitting there and trying to balance what everyone wants, because everyone wants to preserve what they have and not give up anything, but we also want to move forward and serve the community that is growing around us, because this is a growing community. I would really very much, to staff who would be preparing something, like to know a ballpark cost for the pool, both the construction costs and the operational costs. I think that is going to be the long-term money drain, right? I would like to know the cost for each ice pad, because obviously there's going to be some overlap of the refrigeration system. So some of those costs can be shared between 2 pads. I would like to know the cost of the curling surface as well. As well as there was talk about indoor meeting space. I don't really see that in this plan. Anything beyond what we have right now, perhaps in the first option. I don't want to pigeonhole us into saying no to something just because we're told, well, we considered that, but it's really expensive. I think it's important for the people who are asking for it. There are a lot of younger families moving to this area, and yes, we can all hop in our cars, but not everybody can get home in time to then turn around and drive 25 minutes to Campbellford. So I think we have a population that would use an aquatic center here. And we would probably pick up overflow from the Y in Trenton that is over capacity. Right? So I would really like to keep that on the table as an option for this council as a whole to decide going forward.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wright.
I'm sure staff knows this as well, because I'm not the only one who listens to the news, but the Prime Minister actually announced a $1 billion fund, kind of jumping off the energy of the soccer craze with the World Cup that went around, and it has to do with all things recreation. There's every possibility that we could potentially jump into that. There's an Ontario one that's been topped up to 500 million, I think, is what the number was. So there are some things that we could potentially jump on. It has to be maybe potentially shovel ready by April 27, I think was one of the numbers that I saw, but whether we can get there or not, but there's things that we could potentially tap into.
I think what's important is that we make some decisions, figure out how to fund it, and make sure we have a shovel-ready project ready for, even if it's a shovel-ready project with options ready for when these grants do come available, because they will. Every time our friends at the province and the federal government decide they're going to go to the polls, they make money available to municipalities for fun stuff. So it'd be good to be able to catch on to that. Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Wilden.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I definitely want to echo that. Really appreciate the work of the committee, and I know that you put in the attention and time in making the decision of how to scope that project. And I would love to be able to tell the people who are calling me about it how that worked. But I wasn't in that on that committee, and so I can't. All I can tell them is that it just wasn't in the report. With regard to things that are also relevant to those kinds of conversations, which again, given that it's an election year, we're going to have that conversation more this year than ever. Most of the time it's pulling teeth to get anybody to come to a council meeting, and it was lovely to see such a big crowd tonight. But more people pay attention to what we're doing in election years than any other time. And so I would love to be able to tell people more about operating expenses. And one relevant one that I looked up in the budget item that's later in the agenda tonight is the budgeted amount for the existing arena, for which we budgeted more than twice as much for expenditures as for revenues. And so we should all acknowledge and be ready to acknowledge to people who want more recreation facilities that these are taxpayer funded, that they do not make money. They do not recoup their expenses, not even close. And that's fine. That's something that we can decide to do for our community. We can have nice things. But we need to be conscious of that, because sometimes we end up having conversations, and those conversations include both, well, we want to have the nicest, shiniest thing, and also we don't want to increase tax costs. And those tax rates are how we get nice things. So I'm happy to continue to have an arena as long as we're willing to pay for it, just as I'm happy to have a pool as long as we're willing to pay for it and able to pay for it.
Indeed, if these things were profitable, the private sector would do them and the municipality wouldn't have to, right? That's why we run recreational facilities, because they're not profitable. Any other comments or questions from members of council? Does staff need us to make any changes to the motion? Right now, the direction is to develop next steps with considerations given to design concepts, technical reviews, costings for future budgets, grant funding, investigation, and preparation of site works in King Edward Park for a potential new indoor recreational facility. Is staff comfortable doing that with the conversation, or CAO, do you need further, more specific input in the motion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Director Lennon if he thinks that's sufficient. I'm leaning towards some more specific costing. The recommendation is relatively broad, but if we're looking at individual costing for individual components, I think I might prefer to have that in the motion. Just, I'm not entirely sure how we're going to get that. So, and maybe just some clarity on how specific you're looking for. We can certainly contact Campbellford and get their costing and come back with some of those numbers. But I think with every iteration of design, those numbers could change. So we could get a number for a single pad. We could get a number what that looks like with 2 pads. I think we can gather that from neighboring municipalities if that's sufficient for council to have a discussion. If it's something more specific, then maybe we need to just be more specific so that we know.
Director?
I agree with our CAO. Yeah, the recommendation was broad by design. The message is clear, like the transportation or the Parks and Recs master plan did speak to items like a pool. It did inform this study to begin with. So we are aware that we have to look at all of those options and bring back information on it. So the intent really was to receive the study and bring back a report on what next steps could look like and expand from that should council choose. But yeah, anything specific that council would like to see in the next steps report, we'd be happy to provide if we have that information.
So members of council, if we were to add a line that reads, and further that council directs staff to include costs for options received in this report and also aquatics, meeting spaces, what else would we want?
The current report does include meeting space and multi-use space, a significant amount of that, which could be meeting space, could be a daycare, could be any number of things, could be a gym. So I think that's already included, but the aquatics explicitly wasn't.
So if we just add and also aquatics, does that work? Go ahead, Councilor Bowell.
In terms of the additional space, whether that be programming space, a daycare, that kind of thing, that amount of space could vary depending on what it is we want to see in there. So I wouldn't want to see, like right now, we just have the one room that can be used by the community. Yes, it has a divider down the middle of it, but I would love to see more space where we could offer more programming. I hadn't considered a daycare, but there's absolutely a demand for it in the community. Councillor Wheeldon showing me something here.
There's community center multi-purpose room.
Multi-purpose rooms. Like if there's a cost per square foot on that. Because I'm guessing that just plain meeting space or programming space has probably a rough price per square foot. It's pretty simple. It's a box. We talked about a gymnasium or workout space, which would be different. We talked about basketball courts a long time ago.
Gymnasium space is included in one of the options.
Right.
So it's really just aquatics, I think, that feels like it's sort of the orphan.
Okay.
I think everything else is
Except for we're
Possibly.
only looking at those two options, which are not set in stone. They're just ideas, right? So I just want to make sure that we know what all of these options
to
cost.
Mr. Geronimus's point. It took a long time to get to the starting line.
I'd love to see a menu of things that we can look and say, how does every person on this council prioritize this menu? So that we are not left with things that were not high on our constituents' priority lists. So that I don't want things to get left off.
No.
Well, I don't think
we-
we're double the price. I don't think we can afford any of it, to be honest
We
with
still
you.
have the price talking about it tonight. Don't worry about it. So, and also aquatics, is there anything else you want me to add to this line? And sorry, Councillor McCausland, you're the mover of this. Are you okay with us adding this line? Thank you. Councillor Botwell, you're the seconder. I assume you're okay.
I'm totally okay with adding that line. Does anybody else have anything they want to see?
Councillor Wright.
I think it's primarily the aquatics that we need to settle on a price for to wrap our heads around. A lot of the other stuff I think is already encompassed in the broad range of price. And all these prices are going to change by the time we come up with an actual design and sign off on that and know what we're putting into it.
Like multi-use rooms and meeting spaces are open space, right? The cost of a multi-use recreational facility will be in the thing that makes the ice go and for the two rinks and the thing that keeps the water clean for the pool, that kind of stuff. So everything else is just open space, and we can put a sign on the door that says meeting room.
Just want to make sure we have enough
Yeah.
open space.
Well, and
Right? It's about quantity of space, not.
from a meeting space perspective, I will remind council that at the moment it is included in the conceptual designs for the new fire hall. Public space for meetings is included in that. That might have to come out because of cost. Don't tell the chief I said that. But we'll have to go down that road when we go down that particular road. So right now I've added, Councillor McCausland as a mover, I've added, and further that council directs staff to include costs for options received in the report and also aquatics/pool. You're okay with that? Councillor Botwell, you're okay with that? Anything else before I call the vote? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you. Do you expect to have this report before October?
I wouldn't. Well, maybe. There might be some stuff trickle in, but I would expect that the next council will be dealing with this report. Yeah. But you can all go out and campaign on it now. There you go. Any further discussion?
Comment then, because you just talked about upper levels of government. This is not a gift, right? So, I mean, you can campaign on this, but be assured, you might be disappointing a lot of your constituents.
Yeah, well, $50 million is the low end, right? All those in favor of the motion? There being none opposed, that motion is carried. What are you guys debating over there? The next report is Building Community Strong Fund Local Impact Stream. Director Lennon, we've read your report. Do you have anything to add or highlight?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, just to highlight that this is a funding opportunity where the municipality will have to share costs. And the recommendations are to request council commit to up to $500,000, which would be in the range of normal capital improvements through Parks and Rec Department for 2027. So that we can get council approval to submit a submission for the funding, and not knowing when or if will be approved, be prepared to come back to council with the 2027 budget with some clarity on whether we were successful and where that money would apply, or if we weren't successful, how we would revert back to normal capital planning through the Parks and Rec budget.
Thank you, Director. I have a motion moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that council endorse the development and submission of a funding application under the Build Community Strong Fund Local Stream in Southern Ontario for upgrades to amenities in King Edward Park, and the council commit to the municipal matching contribution of up to $500,000 as the projected 50% project costs to be funded under the 2027 Parks and Recreation capital budget. Is there any discussion? All those, Councillor Wright?
Sorry, while he was chatting about everything, I was trying to find the paperwork. And I just got my hands on it. So I just want to clarify the Community Strong Fund. That's the one that I had mentioned earlier in regards to the recreation building. Are you looking then, like, I'm not wrapping my head around the municipal matching contribution. So is what you're planning to do $500,000 worth of grants that you're looking to get in? And if that fails, then that $500,000 covers it?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the request for the funding will be for up to $1 million to fund projects. The municipal contribution would be $500,000 if we were successful. And if we were successful, then that $500,000 would be funds that we would normally budget for Parks and Rec capital over the next couple of years. So we're trying to fast track some of these capital improvements like the splash pad and integrate new features to King Edward Park. So if we get the full funding, we would have close to $1 million in projects that the municipality would pay up to $500,000 on.
We would get $500,000 from the province. We would contribute $500,000.
Correct.
For a total budget item of $1 million.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. Councillor Butwell.
So this $500,000 that would normally be included in our budget over the next few years for capital improvements, these were already budgeted for. These specific things were already budgeted for, so we would be fast tracking because there's a grant opportunity, or is this additional 500,000 over and above what has already been budgeted for?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess the best way to put that is that we have a capital plan in Parks and Rec, and it includes all of these features, not all in one year. Because the opportunity exists, we do budget a significant amount for capital improvements in parks, like the splash pad and playground improvements and so forth. So if we were successful, we'd be able to achieve a lot of that in 1 year, and starting in April of next year. If we were not successful, then we would revert back to our Parks and Rec capital plan and essentially build the same projects over multiple years.
If we were not successful, how many years would these specific projects, when would they be done? So because you'd said a couple of years, so are these projects for the next 2 years, or have they been budgeted over the next 5 to 10?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they're in a capital plan, so they haven't really been budgeted per se. We're talking about currently internally about what the 2027 budget ask would be, barring any funding. And that would include projects like the splash pad and playground upgrades, potentially the young child bike track, the pump track, and things like that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but we would have a few of those projects coming forward in 2027 under normal capital ask and additional projects each year.
So they don't have specific line items with year budgeted for that project right now. They're just ideas that you wanted.
We budget annually. So there's,
Do we not have like a 5-year, 10-year capital budget with like this project? We want to hit this in 2028?
we have a plan, but not a specific budget because we budget annually.
Okay.
Treasurer?
Through your worship, having a longer term year by year capital budget is a bit of a gap at this time. We have a plan, but there's not a designated, this is going to be done this year over the next 10 years. And so that's something we are working on internally. And so, you know, it's my intent to get that over the next budget cycle. I know Bill's staff is working on that currently. So there is an asset management plan that will highlight based on life cycle costs and, you know, useful life analysis of when these things are going to be needed to be done. Looking to turn that more into an actionable capital plan that is also based on somewhat a reality. But I think one of the challenges is always going to be needs shift constantly. What we're able to do for funding, things that pop up that we don't expect. And so it's always just a plan. And the further out that you go is the less accurate it's going to be. But no, that is a little bit of a gap at the moment, and hopefully something that we will be addressing this year.
Okay, that completely answers. Is that there's a bit of we're in an overlap here apparently. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
So essentially, this ask is asking this council to set the capital budget for this program that would normally be set by next term's council.
If we get the grant, yes.
If we get the grant.
Yep. We would be tying the hands of a future council, which we do every single time we make a decision about money.
Yep.
Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion is carried. Next report is a 2022 to 2025 revised council and committee remuneration report. Treasurer Creamer, we've read your report. Do you have anything to add or highlight, sir?
Not at this time.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that council receives the revised 2022 to 2025 council and committee remuneration report as information. Is there any discussion? Not to point out anything, but do we not have a policy with regard to the submission of expenses?
Through your worship, yes, there's a policy on expenses. I think where some of the challenge on the submission of the expenses in this report they aren't necessarily expenses. They're more honorariums and potentially even considered a remuneration, and therefore didn't feel like the expense policy applied. The expense policy does dictate that expense templates or submissions should be done by December 31st of that year. I think when we look at potentially remuneration bylaw or future expense policies, we'll address this type of submission specifically.
Thank you for that. Any other points of contact or conversation? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Next report is the 2026 budget to actuals at June 30th. Treasurer Creamer, we've read this report. Do you have anything to add or highlight?
Through your worship, I know the report can be a little vague just in the sense of, you know, one of the challenges at any mid-year reporting is sometimes the lag of expenses and revenues being recorded. You know, we are constantly reviewing internally allocations and where things are at. But I think we do want to be transparent and provide the information as we're going through the year.
My important takeaway from the report is that there are no major concerns at this time. So that's really what we're trying to highlight in this report.
Thank you for that. I have a motion moved by Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that council receive the 2026 budget to actuals at June 30th for information. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wright.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our finance officer. The first thing that jumped out at me was the year-to-date on the rental revenue sitting at $200. Normally, I would expect to see that halfway. Is that just a lag in posting, or?
Treasurer?
It's supposed to be 69. I would assume at least half of almost $70,000 at this point.
Yeah, through your worship, I think it's going to be a challenge for me to answer line by line questions. I'm still familiarizing myself with those. Still feel a little green to some of these numbers, but I'm happy to take any questions and provide any takeaways and get you the answers.
Anyone else? Councillor Rowley?
Mr. Creamer, I'm also going to ask a line by line question. The Codrington Community Association, it's page 23 of 40. It looks like that they have not yet received their grant from the municipality. That was a question that was asked to me by the board the other day. The way I read that, that hasn't happened. Will that be happening shortly?
Treasurer? Through your worship, I can make it happen.
Anything further? All those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. The next report is the Financial System Replacement Project. Treasurer Creamer, we've read this report. Do you have anything to add or highlight, sir?
Through your worship, no, at this time, I hope the report explains it well.
Thank you, sir. I have a motion moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that the report dated July 27, 2026 regarding Financial System Replacement Project be received as information, and that council approve proceeding with the replacement of the municipality's Great Plains financial system, and the council approve the municipality's participation in a joint procurement for the replacement financial system in partnership with Northumberland County and its member municipalities, and the council acknowledge that Northumberland County will fund the implementation of the core financial system modules for each participating municipality as approved by county council, and that council approve an additional staff resource to support implementation and post-go-live support to be funded through the 2027 and 2028 operating budgets. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wright.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just had a question, a couple questions. One, what is the name of the new system? And two, do we know if it's an American system or Canadian, or like where does it come from? I just have concerns going forward about hooking into highly Americanized systems that we could potentially, under an increasingly strained system south of the border, could cause us some loss.
Mr. Treasurer.
Through your worship. So at this time, we don't know what that new system would be. This report is seeking approval to go and procure a new system. And so until we go through that process, we don't know what it's going to be. I have seen quite a few RFPs, and often municipalities ensure that the data is going to reside within Canada. So anything that's going to be cloud-based, any servers are going to be residing within Canada. You know, to be frank, it's going to be a challenge to probably find a purely Canadian software provider. I know even in some of the Buy Ontario legislation, anything that's been kind of geared towards Buy Ontario, Buy Canada, software is often excluded just because of the nature and where they reside. But we can control where the data resides. And then any of the implementation teams, and that's where a lot of the costs are from this report are going to be going. There will be ongoing costs to whatever software provider we choose, but the implementation teams will definitely be local and Canadian.
Thank you both. Anyone else? All in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. Next report is with regard to Applefest sponsorship approval, Brighton Lions Club. Your title is way too long, Caroline. Ms. Birch, do you have anything to add or highlight here?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, not at this time.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowley, that council supports the receipt of the sponsorship in the amount of $5,000 from the Brighton Lions Club for the Applefest Children's Village. Is there any discussion? Go ahead. Do you have a question? All in favor? Being any opposed? That motion's carried. Next item is an amendment to draft plan approval. The applicant is Boulevard Group on behalf of Westgate 114B Ontario Street, manager of approvals Warren. We've read your report. Do you have anything to add or highlight, sir?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, nothing further at this time.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Wheeldon, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that draft plan of subdivision file sub 2022-02 for lands located on part lot 4 concession 1 in the municipality of Brighton be draft approved subject to the revised conditions attached to this report, and further that council enacts the zoning bylaw to rezone the subject lands to the residential 2 exception number 48 zone, residential 4 exception number 6 zone, open space exception zone, and environmental protection zone as detailed in this report. And further that council authorize staff to provide notice of draft approval and zoning bylaw amendment for the subject development in accordance with the Planning Act. Is there any discussion? Councillor McCausland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I know at the last meeting that we spoke about this, we talked about the cash in lieu of parkland. So I just have a question to see if there will be parkland dedicated in phase 2.
Manager of approvals.
Through the chair, we haven't seen what phase 2 will look like, but we would be looking for at least 5% parkland.
Answer your question. Thank you. Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you, Mayor. Love that we have flexibility in how many units are built, but I also really appreciate that we are aiming for higher density. And so just another comment, I've probably said this a few times before, that I would love to ensure that we have a plan for a bus stop in this neighborhood or something nearby.
Getting a head nod from the manager of approvals. Got it. Anyone else? Did we not see a road coming up from the subdivision to the south into this at some point? I'm not seeing it on the mapping.
Through the chair, it's actually block 70 as is shown on that plan. Block 70 closer to Ontario Street.
Block 16? I got it. Thank you. I see it. Anything further from members of council? All in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. The next item is public engagement strategy for proposed development, Butler Creek North. The applicant is 2020910 Ontario Incorporated. Manager of approvals Warren. We've read this report. Do you have anything to add or highlight?
Through the chair, nothing further at this time. Thank you.
I got a motion moved by Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that council endorse a public engagement strategy for a proposed development known as Butler Creek North, located on Cedar Street, and direct staff to host a public open house on the proposed development. And the council directs staff to report back to council with the findings of the open house and to confirm the requirements for a complete application regarding the proposed development. Is there any discussion? Just want to say there was a lot of social media commentary about this development over the weekend. And I want to put it out there that this is just a decision to engage the public, period. There's no decision being made on this subdivision this evening. Anything further from members of council? All those in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. Next report is bylaw enforcement activities Q2 2026. Director Walsh, we've read your report. Do you have anything to add or highlight?
Yep, nothing further, Mayor.
Thank you. A motion moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowley. The council received for the purposes of information the staff report regarding bylaw enforcement activities for the second quarter of 2026 as shown on attachment number 1. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say I really appreciate this report. It's good to know what we actually do get calls about. Most people don't realize that bylaws are enforced on typically just a complaint basis. We don't go out looking for trouble. But it's fascinating to see the things that do get called in most frequently. And I just want to encourage everyone in Brighton to be really kind to our bylaw officers, because I know that you only call them when you're having a hard time, but that they see everybody when they're having a hard time. So please be kind.
Thank you for that. And I understand we have engaged an outside service for the purpose of parking enforcement. Is that true, Director?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. During off hours, we have the commissioners come in and do some extra parking enforcement. So if there's ever any special needs identified, it's useful for us to hear about that, and then we can requisition them to add in resources as needed as well. Usually around special events, and sometimes it's just not predictable either, just something going on that we aren't aware of that cause parking issues.
I think if we primarily focus on some of the detour routes right now, that would be.
Yes, yeah, I think we've had that internal discussion through various routes.
Thank you for that. I have a motion moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowley. Oh, I've already read that. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. Next report is committee structure policy in terms of reference update. Madam Clerk, we've read your report. Do you have anything to add or highlight?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let council know that our former deputy clerk, Jessica Polly, was the one that put significant effort into this policy and getting this report completed before she left. I just wanted to note that I didn't write this report. She put it in my name, but Jessica did finish this report before she left.
Perfect. So if you have lots of questions, now's the time. I have a motion moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that council approve the updated committees of council administration policy, that council approve the recommended amendments to Schedule A of the simplified procedure bylaw and consider a bylaw under the bylaws section of this agenda to adopt the amended Schedule A and repeal the previous bylaw, and the council approve the updated terms of reference for the following committees of council: Accessibility Advisory Committee, Applefest Steering Committee, Community Events and Civic Awards Steering Committee, Economic Development Advisory Committee, Environmental Sustainability Advisory Committee, Recreation Facility Advisory Committee, and Rural Advisory Committee. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Jessica for getting this started and seeing it through even on our way out. I really appreciate how simple a lot of these changes are, and yet they could make a significant difference in improving our communication and the effectiveness of our committees. But I do want to stress to all of us and to whoever's on the next council that these are only tools and we need to remember to use them. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Rowley?
Thank you, Mayor. Just looking for a little bit of clarification, specifically Applefest and community events, that these committees will only have support from the clerk's department, while there are times when we do need to have representation from Parks and Rec, from Fire, from Public Works. How will that be communicated if they will now be not at our meetings?
CL.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I only chose to provide this response because we had some healthy conversation just about some of these committees and the amount of resources that they were occupying. So a number of meetings, we were having the fire chief, we had representation from Public Works, we had representation from Parks, and it was really just to give direction on things like we need this road closed and we need barriers here. So our hope is that that communication can be fed through a representative of the clerk's department. If there are situations where staff need to attend, by all means, we're happy to support that. But we're trying to get away from the committee providing direct direction to some of our staff members when it comes to those types of events. So our hope is that it can be directed through the clerk's department, and that communication can be done through the department, through the clerk's department to the individual departments that are required.
Thank you. Anyone else? We flip down to the section 12.6 training. It's page 11 of 36. It says Committee of council members will be provided training in relation to their role as committee of council members, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nowhere does it say that this training is mandatory. And I think it should be. I think it should be. Or the member will not be permitted to attend meetings. Can we make that change?
Through you,
Madam
Mr.
Clerk?
Mayor, certainly. We'll just add mandatory training. That's all. We'll just add the word mandatory.
Okay, that would be fine.
Okay.
So, Councillor McCausland, as the mover, I'm adding to the first line as amended. And I'm spelling it wrong, but I'm going to fix that. There we go. Any further discussion from members of council? All those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. And our final staff report is the CAO ongoing reports and capital projects update. CAO, we've read your report. Do you have anything to add or highlight?
No, Mr. Mayor, not at this time.
I have a motion moved. Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that council receive the CAO ongoing report and capital projects update. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wright.
Just a quick comment on the third line. It says the 2025 season is proceeding while negotiations are ongoing. I'm assuming that should probably read 2026.
Director?
Yes, that's correct.
So that change will be made. Thank you. Anyone else? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. We have nothing listed under notices of motion or motions. Brings us to items for information purposes. This is the building 2026 main permit record. Questions from members of council? I have a motion moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that council receive the ongoing building permit stats for 2026 as information. Is there any discussion? All in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. Nothing listed under unfinished business, which brings us to bylaws. The first bylaw is with regard to an integrity commissioner. It's moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that council gives a bylaw its first, second, and third reading and finally passes on this date. Being a bylaw to appoint ADR Chambers, Inc. as integrity commissioner and to repeal bylaw number 001/2024. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Next bylaw is the appointment of a fire prevention and inspection officer. It's moved by Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that council gives a bylaw its first, second, and third reading and finally passes on this date, being a bylaw to appoint a fire prevention and inspection officer for the corporation of the Municipality of Brighton. Is there any discussion? All in favor? There being none opposed, that motion is carried. The next bylaw is the Westgate Draft Plan Zoning Bylaw. It's moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowley, that council gives a bylaw its first, second, and third reading and finally passes on this date. Being a bylaw under the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, to amend bylaw number 140/2002 as otherwise amended of the Corporation of the Municipality of Brighton, as it applies to the lands called Westgate Subdivision, which is located at 114B Ontario Street, described as part of survey of Park Lot 28 and part of Park Lot 29, west side of Ontario Street, RP 28, part of Lot 4, Concession 1, Brighton. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Next bylaw is a simplified procedure bylaw for committees. It's moved by Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that council gives a bylaw its first, second, and third reading and finally passes on this date, being a bylaw to provide simplified meeting procedures for committees of council and repeal bylaw 029/2026. Should that be being a bylaw as amended, given the change we made? No, it's the policy. Thank you. Any discussion? Those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. Moves us to reports, minutes of advisory committees of council and review teams. This is an omnibus motion to accept a number of minutes, and it's moved by Councillor Wheeldon, seconded by Councillor McCausland. The council received the following committee meeting minutes as presented. Accessibility Advisory Committee, May 7th and June 4th, 2026. Environmental Sustainability Advisory Committee, May 26th, 2026. Heritage Advisory Committee, April 13th and June 22nd, 2026. Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee, May 25th, 2026. Rural Advisory Committee, May 13th and June 25th, 2026. Community Events and Civic Awards Steering Committee, June 16th, 2026. Applefest Steering Committee, May 20th and June 17th, 2026. Is there any discussion? Okay. It's not on here. Very well. Councillor McCausland, you had a question, comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I just wanted to comment that the Community Events Committee will be planning a soapbox derby on the 15th of August before our movie in the park. Registration will start at 2:30 and then hit the hill at 4. And it is on Kingsley and Crestview. We'll see you there.
See you there. Anything further? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. And the next motion is a recommendation from the Rural Advisory Committee. It's moved by Councillor Wheeldon, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that council receive or support the recommendation from the Rural Advisory Committee, RAC 2026-8, to direct staff to prepare and present a list of existing gravel rural roads that may be suitable for conversion to surface treatment roads, and further that staff provide estimated capital costs associated with the potential conversion for council's consideration during future capital planning and budget development processes. Councillor Wheeldon.
Support, please.
Thank you. You okay with that, Councillor McCausland? Any discussion? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing that the Director of Public Work recommended it to the committee, I'm guessing it's probably a good idea, right?
Director?
Through the mayor, yeah, as in attendance with the committee asked how they could move this forward. So the suggestion was to recommend this to council for further discussion and have council provide direction to staff if they so choose.
Thank you. Anything further? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion is carried. Takes us to reports and minutes of statutory committees, boards, and external agencies. The first is from Codrington Community Association. It's moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Councillor Wright. The council received the Codrington Community Association meeting minutes of May 28th, 2026 as presented, and the council support the request from the Codrington Community Association to allocate funds from the Codrington Solar Panel Reserve account for the purchase of a refrigerated water filling station, and that council approve the Municipality of Brighton covering the costs associated with the installation of the refrigerated water filling station. Is there any discussion? Mr. Treasurer, how much is in the Codrington Solar Panel Reserve account?
To your worship, I do remember this coming across my desk, and there's enough.
So dollar figure enough. Enough. Sounds like what my wife says when she goes to schedule a vacation. You don't know the number? Okay. It's a lot? Okay. Did you have something to say? Go ahead.
I do believe it's a lot. I think we had said in the range of $50,000, but don't quote me on that. My other question is just with regards to the installation, if council's going to approve this motion, do we have any idea, have we had discussions about what the installation cost would be? Because I'm assuming we would have to hire somebody to do that. We don't have an in-house plumber.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, we This year, we installed a water filling station in the library. So the cost of that one was about $1,500 and it cost about $700 to install. So in that ballpark.
We confident we can afford the $700? I think so.
Can make that work.
Yeah. Anything further from members of council? Councillor Butwell.
Thank you very much. So I just have a question of clarification. So in paragraph 3, the request is for a water bottle filling station inside the Codrington Community Center. Then in the following paragraph, it says outside, located outside.
Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. The plan is to put, they've been discussing whether or not to put one inside and outside, but they're looking to put one outside right at this time. I don't know that the inside one would work. There was concerns as size and space and exactly where to locate it, but they would like to have the one put outside.
Okay, so but the way that this is being asked, it's for 2 separate stations. So do we want to clarify that?
Well, the motion says for the purchase of a refrigerated water filling station.
To be installed outside.
Doesn't
To
say
be
that.
installed. It doesn't.
Okay,
say that.
well, that's the plan.
If the
I'm just
CCA
bringing-
wants it inside or outside, I'm sure staff can
matter.
work with the CCA on where it goes. It's clear that it's one, so I'm okay with this
Okay.
motion as it reads. Anything further from members of council? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. That brings us to a consent agenda for statutory committees, boards, and external agencies. It's moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that the following statutory committees, boards, and external agencies board meeting minutes be received as presented. Downtown Business Improvement Area Association meeting minutes, it's a mystery, 14th, 2026. Northumberland, not Hills. It's the Northumberland OPP Detachment Board meeting minutes, May 15th, 2026. Brighton Public Library Board meeting minutes, May 27th, 2026. Lakeland's Public Health Board meeting summary, June 17th, 2026. Lower Trent Conservation Authority Board of Directors meeting minutes, June 11th, 2026. Brighton and District Curling Club Board of Directors meeting minutes, April 27th, May 25th, May 27th, 2026. Councillor McCausland, as the mover, I have added the date after May to the 14th, 2026 on the first line item, and I have removed the word Hills after Northumberland for the OPP Detachment Board. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. That brings us to correspondence, direction items, endorsements, communications, petitions. It's moved by Councillor Wheeldon. Sorry, the first one comes from the Willow Point property owners. It's moved by Councillor Wheeldon, seconded by Councillor McCausland, that council receive or support the request from the Willow Point Property Owners Limited seeking municipal funding for remediation of the access road connecting County Road 64 to the 26 dwellings served by the road, and if supported. So I don't know. Councillor Wheeldon, are we receiving or supporting?
I would like to have a big conversation about it. I know it's late.
Yeah, no, I think we should.
Let's say support for now and see where it goes.
Well, if we support it, then I need to fill in a bunch of blanks. So can we receive it for
We'll
now?
receive
Have
it
the
for-
discussion and see where the discussion goes.
That sounds good.
Okay. So it currently reads that council receive, and we reserve the right to change that as the discussion goes on. Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you, Mayor. The way that we end up with private roads in a municipality is, as Jackie mentioned in her excellent presentation, when there are cottages that have long driveways, and then we slowly over time, I say we in the royal we, allow many different consents, and one cottage turns into many, and then over time cottages turn into year-round residences. And all this time, the road remains private. Normally, when we have whole neighborhoods being built, they're all built at once, and the road is given to us as a requirement of allowing any of those things. And so it makes some sense to say, well, that's not our road. But in the larger scheme of things, or the longer view of it, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Any people that we might have been able to say that to are long since gone, generally. The people who live there now purchased a home the same way anybody purchases any home on any other street. And while they should know that it's a private road, they don't have a lot of say in whether or not it is a private road. And so we end up with neighborhoods that just have different levels of service and different levels of accessibility. I think that it's understandable to not want to take on costs, but seeing that spelled out so clearly in this news article from 1998, it seems clear to me that that's a discussion that will never end. And I think it is incumbent upon us to clean up loose ends as we are able to. The idea of periodically paying out to manage a road that is otherwise just kept at a lower standard than the rest of our roads is cheaper in the short term. In the long term, I think it's unfair. I think that it's frankly unrealistic. And if this were a water system, the province would require us to take it over and make sure that it is managed according to a provincial standard. Now I know that it's not a water system, but nonetheless, I think that the principle is equally applicable. I've been down to Willow Point a few times lately, and they're not wrong to be concerned about emergency services being able to access that property. They're not wrong about even just the fact that they all hate to order things with delivery because the delivery drivers don't always even make it down, and they're not careful in the way that they drive because they've got so many deliveries to make. And so they're watching as the roads get torn up, and they're trying to steward that by driving slowly and carefully themselves. I also think that it creates opportunity for more discord in the community, because I know that while Willow Point has a property owners association to manage this road, and they have a pretty tight-knit community. I attended their AGM this year, and they had a good turnout and good conversations. Not every private road in Brighton enjoys that same level of engagement and community. Not every private road in Brighton has residents who are all willing to pay an equal share of road maintenance. And so we have some situations in our community where some people are paying for the private road that their neighbors use, and their neighbors are not contributing. And one of the reasons that we do things as a community is so that we can make them as fair as possible. So I think in the interest of fairness, in the interest of accessibility and safety, and in the interest of limiting just how many cans we have to keep kicking down the road, I think it would behoove us to make a plan for assuming the currently private roads in the municipality, which is not to say that we should just go out and buy them all up right now, because we have, over this term, decided to stop kicking a lot of different cans, and they're adding up. The number of times we've made significant financial decisions this term and had a conversation that included, we should have done that 20 years ago. It's repetitive. This article is from 28 years ago. And so this is one I would like to stop kicking, but I think we need to make a plan for all of them. So that's my recommendation or suggestion. Just as we just asked Director Lennon to make a list of roads that might be upgraded and plan for doing so, can we ask him to make a list of roads that are private and a plan for making them public?
I think we have some sort of plan or policy in place, don't we?
Well, we have a list.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, a list was provided to council in April after the staff report about private roads at that time. So a list was provided. There was no additional information on what it would cost to bring those up to municipal standard, though.
So may I suggest that we receive this and direct staff to prepare a policy for the assumption of private roads?
Mhm.
And that policy can include things like upon the request of the neighbors, the council will consider, et cetera, et cetera. I think those are because there are some private roads, I'm sure the neighbors don't care whether they're assumed or not. They're fine, right?
Yeah.
And they don't want the municipality involved in the maintenance of the roadway.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think that's fair. With regard to this, though, we know that they are asking us, and so I would like to support this and ask for that policy.
So if we support it, then this motion requires us to put a dollar figure to it for the full remediation of the access road. And we don't know what that dollar figure should be.
Well, they've got two quotes there.
Well, they have quotes. That doesn't mean it's remediated to the municipality standard, which we would be required to do if we're going down this road. So their quotes are frankly irrelevant and probably a third the price of what it's actually going to cost. Councillor Boutwell.
I think it's important to note with respect to the Willow Point community that they are not asking us to take over those tiny little meandering donkey trails within the community, simply the section between the stop sign and 64, which is a long straightaway section. Once you get into the community, there's no way that one of our large fire trucks are going to be able to navigate around some of those tree stumps. So they still are looking to retain some ownership, I think, because there's the realization that there's no possible way for us to bring those roads up to snuff. But yeah, I tend to be in agreement with you, Councillor Wheeldon, that to your point, if the community requests assistance and part of that assistance might be taking over the road, and there has to be the ability for us to do it as well, then I would be in support of that.
Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, as I said earlier, I'm kind of struggling with this. And like I said, so we do almost a kilometer of road. And yet as far as health and safety, we still don't get to them. Right? At the end of the day. Cameron Road comes to mind. Same thing, right? And that is a municipally owned road. With the issue that was there earlier this year.
With a plan.
With a plan. Get it, I get it, but I'm just saying, so we're going to spend money to fix this regardless of, as the mayor said, how many quotes we have here to bring it up to municipal standard. That isn't going to cover it, that's for sure. But we get to the stop sign and we still can't help somebody if their house is on fire, or if there's someone having a heart attack. So, you know, Mrs. Steele, I know I've talked to you many, many times. I get it. But I don't know if we're really solving a problem other than filling potholes once again.
Go ahead.
I know the idea was floated. I may have done it several months ago when we had this discussion, likely in April, part of that April meeting, about providing some assistance to them in terms, because it comes down to them being able to accumulate the amount of money that they need to pay for it, to fix it. They simply don't have the money. I don't think they charge a terribly flush amount. Like, was it $300 a year, something like that? It's very small. There are seniors there on fixed incomes. It's a lot for them, just the 300, but to suddenly drop, like a $5,000 bill on everybody is not perhaps practical. I'd floated the idea about maybe doing a loan, an internal loan to them, putting it on their property taxes spread out over 20 years or something, and then look at assuming it down the road. But just in the interim, just ideas.
Councillor Wright.
In my lifetime, I've had a couple opportunities to be part of a condominium corporation. And there are rules and laws around those condominium corporations and how they govern themselves and the amount of money that each condominium is then therefore required to put in. I don't know how these houses got to be the way they are. They've got an association. I'm not sure how that doesn't fall under a condominium corporation idea. But it seems crazy to me that they're only paying $300 a year when they've got infrastructure that needs some serious help. I don't agree with the idea of doing internal loans through the municipality because every one of those homeowners must have, to a certain degree, equity built in their homes that they could go to the local bank and say, hey, our local association for the road needs this much and I'm required to come up with this much. That seems more palatable to me in that regard. I don't understand how these associations are able to operate on, cottage money from the 1950s when we're in 2026 and roads cost a heap load of money. And if we're going to take over a road and get to a certain point, it seems to me that they should at least be able to cover an ability to get a fire truck to their front door. They must pay through the roof for insurance. Like how is that encompassed? Oh, one of those. Oh, sorry. It just seems crazy to me. I've lived through 2 condominiums where I paid quite significant amounts of money monthly to make sure that water infrastructure, road infrastructure, garbage pickup, like all those things happened.
Councillor Butwell.
So it is not a condominium. It was a dirt path through a farmer's field that led to, like, who is it? Were you saying before, like one cottage pops up and then another one pops up and then all of a sudden we have a bunch of.
It was a driveway.
It was a driveway.
And then a bunch of houses popped up around it. And it became a road.
Yeah.
And so we
didn't get
so we call it a
permits.
private road because now there's 27 houses connected to it.
Yeah. Enough people drove over the driveway that it just started getting flat.
And so if you drive up to Halliburton, almost every road is a private road, right? And I can imagine that council having this conversation. Councillor Wheeldon.
To Councillor Wright's point, this should be a condominium corporation. And the fact that it isn't is a factor of its age and how it developed, in the same way that the private road is a private road for the exact same reason. Is there any capacity for us to ask, encourage, cajole, require them to become a condominium corporation?
I think that's not for us to do.
Yeah,
That would be for them to come to the conclusion they need to go down that road.
yeah. That's what I thought. And so thank you for verbalizing that. So the issue that they have is that just as you paid a lot through your condominium corporation for those services, they feel that they are paying for those services through their taxes, because your condominium, for all of that it had its own services that you were required to contribute to, was still on a public road, and theirs is not.
Oh.
However, theirs is set up.
I lived in a condominium that was on a private road.
Yeah.
And my condominium fees in Scarborough paid for that private road.
Right.
And I still paid my full freight of taxes as well.
There. Okay.
Treasurer.
Through your worship, just to council, just for a point of clarification, MPAC, when they do assessment, would factor in that it is on a private road. How much, I can't comment on, but that level of service is factored in on assessment when determining a value of a home and therefore determining the amount of taxes being paid.
Thank you for that. And I do want to point out, there was a comment made during the presentation that they pay taxes, but they don't get water or sewer. I pay taxes, I don't get water or sewer because I don't pay for water or sewer. That's paid for through a fee and charge. So I just want to, I feel the need to say that every time it comes up because taxes don't pay for water and sewer. Sorry. Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Treasurer Creamer. So if these folks were to have their road or their primary 900 meters turned into a public road, they should expect their assessments to change then?
Treasurer?
Through your worship, that would be my expectation.
Councillor Botwell.
And I know that Councillor Wheeldon will know this, and most people would likely know this. So when we have a public road that runs down towards the water, those roads are deemed to go into the water and provide public access to the water. Does that affect, because we're running a public road south right towards the water? Do we need
I
to
don't know what you're
continue it
saying.
straight to the water? And
Oh, if we were to take on this road?
yeah,
Well, it's not a road allowance. Those are all road allowances that you're talking about.
the road allowances, okay.
They're pre-existing
Oh, yes, of course.
road allowances, yeah.
Yeah.
That go into the water.
Because I wonder where the public.
Councillor Wheeldon.
So to my point earlier about wanting to support this and make a plan for assuming private roads. I don't mean to say that we should support this by making this a public road. I mean to say that we could support this by issuing a one-time grant for them to, that does kick the can down the road, but then and that's why I said, and make a plan for assuming private roads. We did make a grant program of $20,000 per year, $5,000 per ask. And the quotes that they've provided here are between $57,000 and $79,000. So $5,000 won't make a significant difference in their need. And the need that they've identified would only get them part way to the standard that we would like. But in the interim, something needs to be done and they don't seem to have the funding. So is it possible for us to have this be the last kick at this particular can?
Probably not. Go ahead, Councillor Botwell.
In the interest of addressing their primary concern right now, which is access to their homes. I took a drive down a couple of weeks ago as well. I drive down there regularly. It can be kind of harrowing. You want to drive slowly and you want to make sure that you're limbered up before you get down there because you're twisting. Do we have the ability, seeing that there's a history of it from that 1998 article, of providing some equipment assistance, scrape down, throw some gravel on in the meantime?
The answer is yes. We can do whatever it is council deems appropriate in the moment. The more we do, the more we risk assuming this road. Every time we provide money, even if it's a grant, every time we dump gravel, every time we run a grader down there, at some point, somebody's going to say, you guys keep maintaining my driveway. It's your road. Thanks very much. And that will be without a policy, right? Somebody will come down and say, congratulations, you just inherited a road. Oh, and by the way, the province now requires you to bring it up to snuff at a cost of many hundreds of thousands of dollars for 900 meters. Councillor Wright.
Can we assume it as a municipality, assume the road and the cost of bringing that up to snuff, but in doing so require them to bring their last kilometer up to a certain level so that they are accessible to some, like in some degree, by ambulance, fire?
Can't do this.
Sorry, really.
I wouldn't want you telling me what to do with my driveway. Because this is their driveway. That last kilometer is their driveway, right?
Has there been any emergencies that we've needed to address down there so far between emergency and fire?
I don't know the answer to that question. I imagine we've had to go down there with emergency services, but I don't know. Councillor Wheeldon.
I just want to make clear that my goal here is not to give special treatment to these folks, but in fact to lay out all the arguments so that we can have this conversation once and for all and say there should be no special treatment because there should be no special roads.
And I get exactly what you're saying. That's exactly what I suggested. We get staff to develop a policy for us to consider with regard to private roads in the municipality.
That's my main goal here. So
and how we deal with them moving forward.
For in terms of this particular ask, I think it makes sense to have a policy in place before we move forward on anything, but I'm just mindful that they didn't actually ask us to assume their road tonight. They just asked us to make it safe again. So if we're going to say no to that, I'm okay with that. But I do definitely want to say we should have a policy in place to make sure we stop kicking this can.
And I think we should have a policy in place before we start going down the road of improving roads, because otherwise we'll be acquiring the road without a policy. So I think it's important that we have a policy in order to understand next steps, and that we consider that policy, because we may get a policy and go, I don't know if we want to go down this road. No pun intended. Councillor Wright. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you.
Stop pouting. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just my other concern is, where does our liability fall into this? The minute that we start filling their potholes, and if we don't do it right, and somebody's tire goes whatever, or we bust somebody's rim on a car, they're going to come back to the municipality and say, you didn't do it the right way. And so now you're going to pay for my tire, because we hear that already on other roads. So if we're going to fix the road, we're going to have to assume the liability for whatever else happens down there. And it just becomes more and more and more money.
Councillor Wright.
I'm not so worried about the liability of a tire. I'm worried about the liability of someone's house catching fire, or, someone has a heart attack and we can only get the fire truck and the ambulance down to the stop sign. And then what? Like, are they going to turn around and sue us because we couldn't deliver on emergency services?
I can't imagine that would be the case. There are people who have homes and cottages on islands that, the local municipality can't be expected to get to them. So, because choices are made, right? Yeah. Yeah. So right now, Councillor Wilden, your motion says to receive the report. Do you want to add anything to that?
And to ask staff to develop a policy for the assumption of private roads.
Councillor McCausland as a seconder. Are you okay with that? So the motion moved by Councillor Wheeldon, seconded by Councillor McCausland, now reads that council receive the request from Willow Point Property Owners Limited seeking municipal funding for remediation of the access road connecting County Road 64 to the 26 dwellings served by the road, and direct staff to draft a policy for the assumption of private roads for council's consideration. Does that work? Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? All in favor? Let's do that again. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion's carried. And friends, we've been at this for 4 hours and 16 minutes, so I need a motion that the council meeting be extended to its natural conclusion. Councillor Rowley, seconded by Councillor Butwell. Any discussion? All in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. The next item is the 2027 draft budget for Lower Trent Conservation, with a motion moved by Councillor Wheeldon, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that council receive the Lower Trent Region Conservation Authority's 2027 draft budget as amended. Is there any discussion? All in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. Next is the proclamation of Rail Safety Week. It's moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Rowley. Whereas Rail Safety Week will be observed across Canada from September 21st to 27th, 2026, and whereas rail safety is a shared responsibility, and increasing public awareness of the dangers associated with railway crossings and railway trespassing can help prevent injuries and save lives, and whereas educating the public about rail safety, reminding citizens that railway rights of way are private property, promoting safe behavior near railway tracks and crossings, and encouraging compliance with traffic laws can reduce the number of avoidable incidents involving trains and members of the public, and whereas Operation Lifesaver is a public-private partnership dedicated to working with the public, the rail industry, governments, police services, media, and other stakeholders to raise awareness of rail safety and prevent railway-related injuries and fatalities. And whereas CN and Operation Lifesaver have requested municipalities across Canada to support Rail Safety Week and promote rail safety awareness within their communities. Now therefore be it resolved that Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Brighton hereby proclaims September 21st to the 27th, 2026 as Rail Safety Week in the Municipality of Brighton, and encourages all residents to recognize the importance of rail safety education and to exercise caution around railway properties and crossings. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. The next is endorsements, consent agenda items for endorsements of municipal resolutions. It's moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell. The Council hereby receives the following correspondence for information and endorses the resolutions contained therein. Municipality of Wawa regarding the Ministry of Health action to reduce emergency room wait times and support for Finley's Law. Township of Askenak regarding public health spending in rural areas. Prince Edward County regarding reinstating requirements for compliance with the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Town of Whitby regarding a review of the Ontario Land Tribunal and enhancing deference to municipal planning decisions. Township of North Stormont regarding Ontario's property tax reassessment cycle and a return to regular property reassessments. Town of Callahan regarding provincial support to combat tick-borne disease. And Town of Halton Hills regarding modernizing Ontario's invasive plant rules to protect taxpayers, municipal lands, agriculture, natural heritage, and local gardens, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the aforementioned municipalities, indicating council support. Is there any discussion? Councillor Wright.
I'm happy to support all of these. The only caveat that I have on anything is the one about ticks. Would be thrilled to find some sort of protection from ticks for everybody. It's something I deal with 3 animals in and out of the house. We get them in our own backyard. But you know, if I've learned anything in the last 9 years of owning a nature business is that a lot of times the products that are developed to control little critters like these often impact all the insects. And so you end up with a backyard that is completely devoid of insect, and then you're completely devoid of birds and all the other things. So I would be really cautious about endorsing a blanket bomb for ticks, but something that's more specific to ticks.
Councillor Butwell.
Did you want to divide this and pull the tick one?
Can I pull the tick one out?
You can pull it. You can pull it.
Motion to divide.
Any tweezers, yes. I've got a set.
Are you seconding the motion to divide, Councillor Butwell?
Sure thing.
Mayor, can we also pull out the Whitby OLT one?
The OLT, yep. Motion moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that the Town of Callahan tick-borne correspondence and Town of Whitby OLT correspondence be debated under a separate cover. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Okay. So I have a motion. It's debated on a separate cover, but it's still the same mover and seconder. So moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that the correspondence for council hereby receives following correspondence from the town of Whitby regarding a review of the Ontario Land Tribunal and enhancing, where to go, deference to municipal planning decisions. Councillor Wielden, you asked for this to be debated under a separate cover.
Thank you, Mayor. I get the desire to not have our decisions overturned by the OLT, but I also know of and see a lot of councils around Ontario wanting to protect or enhance their own authority over any sort of standard. And I know that we've seen this kind of language with regard to conservation authorities as well, where they say, well, council should have authority over what the conservation authority does within their own boundaries. And I don't think that's actually true. And I don't think we would extend the same logic to any other court of law. And so the idea that we would do it over planning matters, recognizing that our courts of justice and our planning courts are both under provincial authority, and that our ability to make planning decisions come from provincial authority. As much as I would love for the OLT to show more deference, or at least I would love to combat the idea that whatever we decide the OLT is just going to overturn. I don't think that we should be actively arguing that the OLT has to defer to municipalities. The whole point of the OLT is to have a standard that it goes beyond whatever we say at this horseshoe. And I think that that's valuable and important. And I agree with all of the decisions that we make at this horseshoe. Of course I do. But what about the next one or the next one? So I like there being standards, and I don't want to argue against them.
Are you suggesting that we receive the correspondence but not endorse it?
Yeah.
Councillor McCausland, are you okay with that as the mover? You may.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I can understand where Councillor Wielden is coming from. I guess you're the second hand, Councillor Butwell? Okay. Yeah,
You're fine receiving it? Councillor Butwell is a seconder?
I'm fine to receive it. I see their function. They have multiple functions. When we talk about standards in a community, I don't think that municipalities should say like, well, we only want pink houses. But I do think that there is, we've gone through a few incidences here where I really would have disagreed with them having say over what we decided for our community. But you have to create the rule to catch the people who are playing dirty. So yeah, I would be happy receiving this.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. The next is moved by Councillor McCausland, seconded by Councillor Butwell. The council receive and endorse the resolution from the town of Callahan regarding provincial support to combat tick-borne diseases. Councillor Wright, you have asked for this to be debated under separate cover and have provided us with your information. Anything further?
I think I would just like the caveat added that it would be support for eradication of ticks that is very specific to ticks, and with an eye to protecting the rest of the ecosystem. Yeah. No, it's one of the first questions that I ask people who come into my store complaining that they're not seeing hummingbirds. It's like, well, did you spray for mosquitoes this year? Well, of course I did. Well, yeah, you took away their groceries. Yeah, I finally saw one.
It does say safe and effective tick control methods, and I would argue that safe should include ecological safety, but I don't think there's a lot of awareness of what that would entail.
Yeah, we
Councillor McCausland is the mover. Are you okay receiving and supporting a tick-specific eradication measure that does not affect other insects? Councillor Butwell, does that work for you? Anything further? All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion's carried. Back to the original motion, removing D and F. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. FYI correspondence is the updates from the County of Northumberland for June 22nd to July 3rd, July 6th to the 17th, and July 20th to the 31st. It's moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Councillor Wright. The Council received the Northumberland County updates for June 22nd to July 3rd, July 6th to 17th, and July 20th to 31st, 2026. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That motion's carried. Well, friends, that brings us to question period. Is there anyone in the gallery that has a question with anything that appeared on tonight's agenda? Mr. Green.
If the purpose was to keep the room cold, to keep us awake, it worked. The Willow Point people gave a very good presentation, very factual, yet no one stayed for the discussion. So they won't know of your fulsome discussion. They won't know of the concerns you raised. They didn't hear it from you directly. I'm disappointed that there's no one on YouTube or Zoom or in the audience. Are you?
The good people of Willow Point can access the video at any time, and the clerk will provide a response to the correspondence, as she does with all correspondence we receive. Any other questions from members of the gallery? There's no one online for that purpose. I have a motion moved by Councillor Wheeldon, seconded by Councillor Butwell, that Council gives a bylaw its first, second, and third reading and finally passes on this date, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Corporation of the Municipality of Brighton Council meeting held on July 27, 2026. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion is carried. And a motion moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Anderson, that the July 27, 2026 meeting adjourn at 9:30 p.m. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. Drive safe home, everyone, and may God save the King.